Test.
Okay, let's start on time here. My name is Kathleen Alder. I'm the mayor of Providence, and we have here with us Josh Polson, Terry Kirk, Councilman Seeley, Councilman Scott, and Councilman. So thank you all for coming. Before we get started, I just want anyone here who is in the audience to talk about the partial rezoning that is over at 177 West, 150 North. That has been pulled from our agenda. So if you're here for that, we're not going to talk about it tonight. So, if you're here for something else, then that's great. I've asked Janelle Seeley if she will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, and then after that, Jeff Nebeker will give us an opening prayer.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Our Father in heaven, we are grateful we have this opportunity to meet this evening, and we pray that we might have thy spirit to be with us as we discuss the items on the agenda, that we can be directed in making the best choice for our government, city, local government here, and we say these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thanks to both of you. The first item on the agenda is really a pleasure for me to do, and if I could have Mark and Gina Thompson come up to the podium. Mark and Gina have lived in this community for a long time and are proponents of all the good things that are going on here. And we would like to issue a proclamation for a donation that they made to the city. So let me read this, and then if you want to have any remarks, you're welcome to. I know Gina is just waiting to say things. Okay, this is a proclamation recognizing Mark and Gina Thompson's gift to Providence City. Whereas park space in the city of Providence is a precious commodity valued by our citizens as a place to gather as individuals and families. Whereas, with Providence growing rapidly and adding more citizens who value time spent enjoying the outdoors, more park space is needed to accommodate our expanding population. Whereas, Mark and Gina Thompson, who are longtime Providence residents with family who were instrumental in shaping the city over the years. Whereas, Mark and Gina Thompson are landowners and have generously gifted to Providence a portion of a 5.24 acre parcel in the general area of 300 West, 100 South to be used as park space for all citizens to enjoy. Whereas, Providence City deeply appreciates this gift and will use the land to further the city's ability to provide places for its residents to gather, recreate, and enjoy themselves. Now, therefore, I, Kathleen Alder, Mayor of Providence City, County of Cache, state of Utah, do hereby thank Mark and Gina Thompson for their generosity on behalf of all the citizens of Providence City for their gifts, and commit that it will be developed into a park and public space for the benefit of all. So Mark said he wanted to make some comments, and I'm, you know what? There's a mistake in here.
Typo?
A typo.
Okay.
I usually never make typos, but you know.
Okay.
Take a picture.
So do you want me to be shaking your hand?
Sure.
No, get right in the middle of it here.
Over here.
Trying to sneak out the door.
60 years as a Providence resident. Born and raised here. My family came here late 30s.
Why?
And it's been interesting to watch Providence grow. I made a list. I'm not going to read a big script, but it'll be interesting to see how many here recognize some of these names. These are the names that I grew up with in Providence that helped shape me. The Alder family, of course, Kathleen knows that bunch. The Lowe's, the Bears, the Campbells, the Matthews, the Stoppers, the Denlers, the Furmans, the Franks, the Gunnels, the Daddages, the Lenharts, the Speths, the Fredericks, the Thompsons, and the Zollingers. I probably missed some. Those people meant a lot to me. You hear country songs that they sing about their roots. They're going back to their roots. These were my roots. Lower fields when I was young, hunting pheasants all day long down there with a BB gun, shooting the tops off the cattails. That was my life growing up. Those were my roots. My wife was close by in Logan in the same type of lifestyle, swimming in the Logan River. It saddens us to see the growth. These names, many of them have passed away. Many have moved away. A few are still here. Most are in the shadows of growth, development, the disappearance of open space. So when it came time to help with some open space, my wife and I felt like it was the right thing to do, rather than have condos built up and high-rise apartments continue to crowd in. It's a place where maybe some kids can develop their roots. It's just a park. They won't be shooting BB guns and that kind of stuff in there, like I was able to do. One other thing, I got to bring this up because Steve's here. When I was 17 years old, I had my driver's license, and the Providence Lane, Brent will remember, had just changed from a concrete lane to a paved lane. And I was coming home from a date late one night, and I had a brand new Mach 1. And I'd come around the corner down there. Back then, there was nobody on the streets, especially at 1 in the morning. And I wanted to see if I could make 100 miles an hour before I hit second west. As soon as I got to second west, the red lights come on. Kemp Parker, which is another family name here in town. He walked up to the car and he says, "Mark, do you know how fast you were going?"
Not quite 100.
He never wrote me a ticket, but he told my dad, and that was probably worse than the image. Anyway, I don't know that anybody else can do that now anymore, unless that guy right there can, maybe on a motorcycle or something. Anyway, we thank you, and we hope this park will be something that the kids and families can enjoy to bury their roots in this town. Thank you.
Comment that Mark and Gina are very special to me. I've grown with Mark's family over the years. Gina's my cousin. Yeah. Yeah. So we're closely tied. So thank you very much for your gift. We appreciate it.
Should always read documents out loud before you sign it, right? Okay. We appreciate citizens who are committed to Providence and who are willing to make those kinds of gifts. So we appreciate that. The next item on the agenda is the approval of the minutes. Providence City Council will consider for approval of the minutes of February 16th, 2022. I will entertain a motion. I didn't see anything on there that was a problem, but
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes of February 16th, 2022.
okay, we have a motion on the table by Janelle Seeley. Second by Carrie
Can we make a comment?
Kirk. Yes.
I have a comment. On line 186, oh, sorry, thank you. On line 186, it says, and I know what it refers to, but I'm concerned that the minutes reflect it. It says, council discussed why it needs to be changed, and it would be best to allow for their initial plans to proceed. Staff responded that they are simply providing possible options. I remember what the discussion was about new homes having the conduit be installed up to the home for fiber installation. And the council did discuss why it needs to be changed. Is that something that we're going to proceed to do? So I guess the question is, are the minutes reflecting what the council would like to see happen as possible a change in a requirement for fiber, since we are going through the city installing fiber? Is it something we want to deal with at the construction level?
You know, Brent, we tabled this till we had more information. And so,
I just want to make sure it reflects what we're talking about. That's the question. What does it?
you just want to put fiber
I want
rates
to,
in
I
there,
want it to be defined.
fiber rates, correct?
I thought it was not rates. I thought it was the installation of the conduit. If you read the
Was that
preceding,
136, what's the line again?
186.
186.
Says parties discussed if contract, this is 183. Parties discussed if contractors are required to allow for fiber installation. And then makes a comment there. They are highly encouraging that they include it. Council discussed it. Is that referring to the conduit being installed and why it needs to be changed? So I want to, when we bring this back up, or after we got tabled, we bring this back up. I feel myself that it's time to see that this happens, but that's not the discussion. I want it to be defined.
And how would you like to define it? What do you want to say? What's your proposal?
Installing fiber conduits to new homes in construction. I mean, it's a utility.
I don't mind that being much changed personally. If it said, council discussed installing fiber conduit as part of the fiber installation process. You want to change it for that?
I would like to do that, yes.
I don't have any issues with that.
I think that's a good practice
To define it.
define it.
Okay, is there anything else? Okay, so we have a motion and a second. With the one change to define it on line 186. So all in favor?
So Janelle just needs to amend that correctly. You can amend your motion with that change.
Do we need, does she need to?
Sure. The motion. Good practice.
Amend my motion, on line 186 of the minutes, that it is defined as fiber conduit.
Installed in new homes, to new construction. Brent, is that what you wanted to say?
Well, I just want it to be, the council discussed why fiber conduit needs to be, why it. Referee, I don't know.
Could the amendment be for Ty to look and see what it is actually said?
I can go back and listen, get more defined minute and I'll come to you. And I can give you a copy as well.
Okay.
Okay, so
Yeah.
until we get that clarification, then we won't,
You can motion just with the
everything
condition
else
that
we
I will fix it and then you'll
and bring it
sign off
back to
on it.
this. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so, Janelle,
I do withdraw my motion. You can make the motion how I want.
okay,
All right, you say how you want them to handle it.
I would make a motion that we approve the minutes with the condition that line 186, where it indicates it be defined rather than just referring to it.
I'll second the motion.
okay, so we have a motion, a second for the discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes, thank you. Were there any opposed? Oh, it's gonna be one of those nights, I can tell. Okay, we have an item on the agenda for public comment. Citizens may express their views to the city council on issues within the city's jurisdiction. The city council accepts comments by mail and by text. And this would be any item that is other than what is on the agenda that anyone wants to speak to. State your name and we'll give you enough time to get through your stuff as long as you're not 20 minutes.
I'm Mitchell Shook, the founder and CEO of Advanced Stream. We're an internet service provider, and we've joined the network here to support the fiber optic project. We're very excited. We are also on the Utopia project and serve, I think we're up to 19 cities now on the Utopia project. So we find this to be one of the most fascinating projects in America, and I'm truly inspired by the foresight and the wisdom of the council to pursue an open access model. We're the longest running open access ISP in America. We started out in 1997. So we're celebrating our 25th anniversary doing this. We're exclusively open access. And it is the right model because you're going to have some true competition from some very fierce competitors. And they're going to bring those resources to make sure that we have the highest take rate here and cast off the chains and kick down the walls of the monopoly that have held us for so many years. The rates that we're seeing for $10 is enough to give a home a TV service over a Roku device with channels. You may have some TV commercials. It's like the old rabbit ears, but you get a lot of channels and a lot of content, and it's for $10. And that works over a 5 megabit circuit. It works beautifully. I already have 2 customers in town that are using it. And truly, you know, I haven't seen that before because we've been doing everything in 100 megabits and on up. And it wasn't until coming here and helping some of the folks in Providence that I saw that it works over 5 megabits. It was stunning, but probably not 2 TVs. That's when you'll go to the next tier up. When electricity was first brought into town, they would come in and the electric company would give you a free light bulb so you could see how it would work. Pretty soon, the wife wanted a butter, churn butter with electricity. And so this is kind of a teaser. You get them in with the $10, but I really encourage everybody to let the fiber come to your home. If you don't think you want it now, you're going to get the $10 assessment anyway. And so that's when the area is complete, the $10 will start. If you join immediately, the $10 kicks in when you get turned on. But it's a community effort, and it's like having a sewer or a sidewalk or bringing electricity and roads into the city. It's a true utility, and you're the first council that's ever recognized that in America. So congratulations for that foresight. And I'm proud. This has been my life's work to be invited to participate with under the leadership of Ryan Snow with the incredible partnership that you've established with Strata, the most capable company. I saw them splicing fiber on Main Street today, just 3 more splices, and we'll be able to light up another section of town. I have 5 customers on the network now, I understand, and out of 16. So we're just at the very beginning stages of this project. And I've sent you an email that tells you about, some of the open access networks that we've worked on in the past and how they're arranged. So I'd like you to give that some consideration at the outset and aligning everybody's interest in the right way. Because we have all the pieces in the room here to make an incredible success. You've got the right partners in your ISPs, the right leadership with your city manager, your partner with Strata, and the wisdom, collective wisdom here of the council to choose the right model. And I'm just excited. I want to hook them all up. And if there's anybody that's thinking of not allowing the conduit, please provide them with my personal cell phone number because I'd like to talk to each and every one of them, why it's important. Maybe not for right now, but for the future, because you're going to see Comcast push back. Powers that be, they will lower their rates and try to unseat this project. So be aware of it. I've seen it for 25 years. I've seen the games that they can play. And so, but everybody knows that. You know, they've seen their bills jump up without any, notice. They've seen the modem rentals arrive, even if it's their own modem. You know, they do that to my dad every 2 years. They forget that it's his modem. So these things are going to be a thing of the past now that you have your own municipal network and people will have the ability to choose a provider. Competition brings low rates and incredible service because of that competition. So congratulations on the walk that we're about to take and the leadership that you've represented in many cities that are going to follow in our footsteps based on the success of this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your kind words. We'll
Mayor,
probably employ his phone
may I
number.
make a comment?
Yeah.
So as you'll recall, at our last council meeting when I came here, I had just had the conduit put in, fiber brought into my house. And I was sitting there going, whoa, I don't think this is what I was looking for. Mitch came along and connected up the fiber the way it should be connected up. We have 5 TVs working beautiful in the house. I got all kinds of channels. I watched Utah State last night play ball. I could watch anybody play ball. And you know what? I'm saving $100 a month.
There you go. There you go. That's
March
right.
Madness at your house. March Madness at your house.
Yeah, we'll be over for the party.
5 TVs you can watch it on. You can all watch it differently.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you so much. We appreciate your kind words and we're going to employ that phone number. Because there are some people who have they're struggling with what to do with this new technology, but it's wonderful and it works well. Okay, thank you. Anyone else for public comment? Okay, we will close that portion of the meeting and we will go to item number 1 under, thank you, under resolutions. Ryan, can you
Yes,
share your information, please?
yes, I will confess I've been losing my voice for the day, and if I lose it, forgive me. So I don't usually sound so funny. But we'll go through, there's a number of items. As we go, I'm just going to pull it up here. Let's pull it up and we can go through one at a time. There were 2 that I would just note, and the different version didn't get pulled over, and I apologize for that. I'll start with those and then move to this one. I had 2 different versions because then I started to alphabetize by category. And so anyway, that's why I have 2 versions. 2 of
So the
them,
one that we see on the screen is different than the one that pulls up
it is,
under our
yes.
packet. Okay.
Yes, exactly. And I'll just point out, ultimately would like to, I'll sort it alphabetically. But there are 2 of them under cemetery. The failure to conclude a burial by 4 p.m. because we have to have our staff there after that. We have, the fee is in the ordinance. The right to charge a fee is in the ordinance, but no number is associated with that. So this would add that. So anyway, and then the fine for placing an unapproved headstone. So if somebody comes in and places their own headstone without coming through the city, there would be a fine for that, identified, but no dollar amount has been indicated for that. So those are just 2. And then I'll go through all the others, and you can stop me at any point you'd like.
Pause.
Yes.
So the unapproved headstone, can you help me understand that? I mean, I'm guessing there's rules,
Yes.
and so if they put it in and it's not within the rules,
Right.
then they're in trouble.
They have
But
to take it out.
if
and
they
it's a
take it
charge.
out, can they avoid the fee, or is the fee either way?
Well, generally, we have to take it out, and it affects
Oh,
that.
we
so-
have to do it, Jim.
But it's happened, as I understand, only happened a couple of times in the last 10 years, so it's rare, but it is an item that has a chance of happening. But it doesn't happen very often.
I hope not.
Do we give people a little packet of information when they come in? Okay, that would state that
Yeah.
no unauthorized headstones can be placed.
Right, they should know, so, yeah, yes.
And if it's not authorized, but is within the realms of the rules, then how does that work?
Well, at that point, let's say if we have a rate and they say, well, we'd like to place it, we have a process to place those so that they've got a firm footing to hold them up so that they don't fall over or sink, or, we want to make sure that they will last. And so that's one of those pieces. So anyway, we can work with them. We can't charge a fee if there's not one established, but there is a potential that if we say, well, we are everything but within the rule, the waiver of a fee is possible, but the adding of a fee that's not there is not an option.
Got
So,
it. Thank you.
anyway. Okay. So I'll take it by section here if I can. Copy / pages and miscellaneous. The recording minutes, if they want a printed copy of the minutes, we give that out for 50 cents. It's available on our website. So it's just a few pages where it's not a big item that way. We're taking out the larger size and taking out some of that, so that there's just cleaning up the language there. And we had the color at $1.25, and we're just reducing. If they want a color copy, it doesn't really cost us $1.25, so we're reducing that to 75 cents. We don't get many requests for copies. If they want an 11 by 17, it's 25 cents. The council room rental. So we've started to get interest in being able to use this room for more things. And again, we don't have a rate. So this would establish a rate for things that we're involved with, or things that maybe the water company, where one of us are on each of the water companies. Waiving that is something that can be done. But if we get too much interest, we have to start charging at that point. We have a rate to be able to do that and have an orderly manner. But if it's something, youth council wouldn't necessarily pay that. They're part of the city, and any other kind of city supported things, we wouldn't necessarily have to charge that. But it does give us an opportunity if an unrelated item comes. We had, our previous mayor was on the Animal Cash Humane Society, and they wanted to use it for one time because they were going to have a bigger meeting. At this point, not really associated with the city, and we could have a charge for that so that they could come and reserve it. It opens up an opportunity. That's why it's adding. We hadn't had a set fee on our schedule for non-sufficient funds, although we get those and we have a cost. This would be to charge them $20 if they pass the non-sufficient funds check to us. And then some of the things we don't have a printer that does 24 by 36. Faxes are kind of out. We get those by email, so we don't really have fax. And the rest of these are either available on our website, or we don't print spec books. That's on our website. Code books. A lot of that's on our website. Printing tapes. That's something that's of the past. So anyway, those kind of things. Any questions on that section? Business licenses. So the home business, we left it the same. We got to get compliance. There's a balance between compliance and cost, so we left that. Commercial business, At this point, 50, as we went out and evaluated, $50 was the lowest in the valley. 75 was the next lowest, and we just kind of brought that up to market. So we have some cost in that, but that's kind of, we're the low on those. Then solicitor, we have some time that goes in. The annual is one that kind of costs more, but they have it for the year. The peddler one, we get more calls, so a lot of that either comes through our administration of doing it. And you'll see over here on the ground request, last time we updated some of these rates, we were at $10. Today we're at $16. So you can see why some of these rates had to be raised on some of those kind of things. So anyway, any questions on the business license section? I'm gonna watch for hands, and if you stop me, I'm gonna stop. So
Does the solicitor and peddler, is that by business or is that by individual? You have door-to-door people come around knocking doors.
Individual.
So each person that comes to the city. So if you have, like, I think, pest control, people go do that for the summer, right? Pest control in different parts of the city,
Solar.
or
Solar comes
solar
around my
power or
neighborhood
whatever,
every
it's by person, it's not by,
because they would be identified and issued that by them, so we know who it is.
So I have a question.
Yeah.
Last time we met, we discussed having Airbnbs.
Yeah.
Will that be a $75 charge for them to register
No, that would be on their home business.
under home business, the $25
Yeah.
fee?
Correct.
So that won't be an Airbnb, I mean, a commercial license.
Right. That's it, because they're doing it usually in their home.
Okay.
So, I mean, if it's a real, if it's a management company, Realtor was the one that's here in town.
Property manager.
Yeah, property manager company. They may have because they're running it commercially in lots of areas, they might qualify, but a normal home, individual house doing it doesn't. They would be under the home business. So,
And it's for the whole year, $25 for the whole year.
right. And not by property, it's just by them.
By the individual.
Right, by the business so if they had two, it's not by each one, it's by their business having one. Okay. Deposits and fees, utility. The reason why we pick a 2-month base rate is because we have in the ordinance a process to turn a water off for lack of payment. And we use that base rate for that time in between the utility deposit for that time in between the time of them starting and the time they would be shut off for lack of payment. So that's kind of the buffer. That's the idea. The $80 has been set, and probably just hasn't been adjusted as rates have adjusted. But that's kind of why. So we've pegged it to 2 months of the base, so if that base is there, then they can pay that. And if there's risk now, if they have successful, is it a year? They've paid in 2 years. Okay, after 2 years, then they get that back if they've paid successfully. Then we figure there's not much of a risk, and we either refund them or credit it back to their account. I think they could probably choose either one. So that's what that does, is it reduces our risk of that. That's why the amount. Anyway, construction deposits. We don't really do construction deposits. We're taking that off. In place, we do a encroachment permit. An example of an encroachment would be if somebody goes to infill a house and they dig into the road to tie onto the water or sewer line. This would be that kind of a permit. So there's a cost to dig in and cost for inspections and cost for that. Half of that would get refunded back upon inspection. We'd say, oh yeah, you finished it right. Half gets kept for for any fixes or repair and maintenance, so that we can chip seal and maintain on top of that. And they vary in size, and so we've just kind of put an average price of what we would expect that to cost. So then we continue maintenance. Anytime you cut the road, you start to deteriorate that. So there is a.
Doesn't the impact fee cover that though? No.
No.
Impact fee only for.
The impact fees can only be used for growth, expansion projects, or brand new
Okay.
parks, that type of thing.
Okay, I'm glad to see us doing this because we have cut into some beautiful new roads right away. And it pains me to do it because I know how much it affects the life of those roads.
Right.
So,
And this is trying to put that cost, at least this way, it tries to put that cost back onto the developer doing that, or we're the home builder doing that. So.
So Ryan,
Uh-huh.
so that $1,500 covers crack sealing or chip and seal. They still have to replace the asphalt and
Right.
inspection. Does
We
this
would
cover
do
the cost of
inspection.
inspections?
Yes, we would do inspections.
Okay, and shoulder rework and whatever was needed. to
They
do that.
should return it, but just because they've cut, there's that risk that it settles. There is that risk that we have to repair, and that's the more soft spots or the more problems we have, and then there just is an inherent cost in that cutting.
yeah, I'm really glad to see that on there.
Rob, you don't use global fill anymore, do you?
We might, depending on the situation, it has its place, but not in every hole, anywhere, no.
All right, and then the temporary occupancy, that has been on our fee schedule since we were with Logan doing the inspections. We don't have in ordinance a temporary occupancy permit, nor does our contracted Cache County. They don't have a temporary occupancy permit, so you could pay a fee, but there is no law underneath that. So there's not a and we'll find that one comes up a little differently tonight. But it was on the fee schedule. We need to remove it if we don't actually have that in our code to do. So we couldn't grant, applied and paid. So anyway, so if in the future we decide or Cache County decides to implement one, we would come back to that time to implement the fee associated. But so, okay, and then just a note that the asphalt maintenance can be deducted if there's another problem with the issue. If the deposit if the fee isn't enough, and we're saying, hey, you had a big area, it's not enough to cover, we can pull some of that out of the deposit. So that's what that is. Any questions on deposits and fees? Connections. So this was sewer system. In some instances, sewer system under connection fees are actually the city staff going out and tying in a sewer with the main line. We don't do that. We inspect that, and this is paid in when they pay their connection fee. So not paid just for the fee; it's added into their spot. But so we're just adding the word inspection to clarify that $150 isn't for us to actually perform the connection.
Is that a standard service, or is that something you want to ask for?
No, it's standard. We would want to inspect their connection, make sure they tie it in.
I think that's.
Yes,
Neighbors who were not connected to the
yes, that would be a problem.
road safe, because those are for you.
So,
Yeah.
and then some of the other.
Better now.
Some of the other connections. So at this point, the next one is 1 inch. So it varies based on the size, but this is the example of the 1 inch, and we do the same thing for others. We take the price of the meter and the cost it takes to actually install the meter in it. And that, including the cost of the meter and the labor, is $450 at this point for today's price of meter for a 1 inch. That's what we expect it to be. But we actually do put the set meter in it, and that's why it's more money. And so we still have about 150 for kind of being there for labor. That's $450. If we have to move the meter, so say for instance the meter barrel, the canister, the container that what's that?
The oak and barrel.
Yeah, the meter barrel, what's underneath the meter lid, the setter. If we have to move the setter in the barrel, then we charge for that. But that is actually taking out, moving it, putting in a new spot. We don't want meters to be in driveways. We don't want meters to be in sidewalks. We want them to be accessible in the right spot. And so we do charge a fee, but we are actually out doing a labor of moving that. So that's why this is being added. And then water shares. Previously, we had purchased Blacksmith Fork shares for $750, and then we purchased Spring Creek water shares for $1,000. That was our rate that we would purchase shares for. And at this point, we're raising Blacksmith Fork to $1,000, raising Spring Creek shares to $3,000, majorly because of the culinary water quality that can come through Spring Creek. If we could get it through Broad Hollow, we could reduce those costs. That's why the difference in the valuing of those different companies. It's not setting. We're not trying to set a market for those shares in the public. The public can establish a market there. This is simply putting a value for what the city would purchase those shares. And at this point, we have a lot less use of Blacksmith Fork shares. The next exchange would be exchanging if somebody came to us with 1 share of Spring Creek water, and we would exchange to them 3 shares of Blacksmith Fork in order to gain more of the shares, so that we could have more of the Broad Hollow water. It's a culinary quality water. I don't know that would happen, and since I've been here, nobody's talked about exchanging or selling shares to us. That's what this is. It's not moving water into the different systems. We're prohibited from selling shares. So at this point, the city can't sell a share. The only thing we can do is exchange it for an equivalent of value or water. So at that point, we can't create an open market that we can buy and sell. Where the state constitution prohibits us from the sale, we can only purchase, but it does allow an exchange. So anyway, any questions on this? Yes.
Is the converse true on the exchange? Will you change 1 share of Spring Creek for 3 shares of Blacksmith Fork?
No.
You better make sure they know that. That's the converse is not true, because I knew you wouldn't.
No.
Okay.
That's up to the council. I mean, I wouldn't propose that. I mean, the council can clearly change that, but that's not the proposal. So anyway, any other questions on this one?
You're just setting a rate. That's it.
And a conversion point that we would convert. Yes. So. Okay. All right. This takes us to the filing fees. See, I'm losing my voice already.
You missed the utility turn off.
Oh, it's not changing. It's the same.
Yeah, right.
So we can talk about it though.
No. Keep going.
Sorry. So at this point, a commercial interior finish, a remodel, and a detached accessory building. We hadn't had those fees itemized and broken out like this. We've kind of broken them out so that they have their own established fee on here. So that's the change there.
And you,
Oh,
you.
sorry,
pick
I
those-
skipped one.
You pick those by market rate? I mean, what other
Yeah.
cities are charging?
Kind of that, but kind of cost, and it takes us a couple hours to bring in an application, kind of a deal. So, but they're in line.
Are they building permits for those structures or what is?
Yeah,
They're
zoning
site plan
clearance,
reviews.
site plan,
There's reviewing the, sorry.
it's all right.
Scarlett needs her own mic.
They're reviewing the site plan just for zoning clearance, just for setbacks and whatnot. They're not nearly as involved as if you were going to do a building permit. These are just zoning clearance reviews to make sure that they're gonna not going, like on an interior finish, people say an interior finish, and then every once in a while they want to bump out a side of the building or create a drive-through or something. So we just need to make sure that we look at it and they're still staying within the zoning regulations.
So I'm gonna try to understand that one because it.
So the building permit
Interior
side,
finish, we had our house redone inside, and I always thought there's no way, I mean, if someone can work on a cabinet inside or paint or do something, you're saying I've got to pay a fee for that?
well,
No,
only if
no.
it's significant. I mean, if you're gutting the whole inside or refinishing a basement, you would want a 4-way inspection, or you would want a inspection of that. This is the zoning clearance of those kind of things. But yeah, you would need a building permit if you were to finish your basement, requires a building permit.
But this is also a commercial interior finish. So like a spec owner of a building will build a building, but he'll build his shell, and he will get his building permit for the shell, and he will build it so that eventually different tenants, or if they're gonna condomize it, different owners can come in and finish their own portion of that building to meet their needs. And that's the part that this commercial interior finish is I'm going into a big commercial building, I'm gonna rent 100 square feet of a 1,000 square foot building, and my 100 square feet, I'm gonna pay an interior fee for the city to look at it and make sure. The other thing that we catch by doing this commercial interior is sometimes we have people come into the city and they think because their business is a commercial business, it's automatically permitted. And sometimes it's not a permitted use in that zone.
So commercial refers to not the contractors, but the use, and that instance, and what does remodel refer to?
That a remodel is if you're truly remodeling your house, if you're going to make some significant changes to your home,
Well,
or
that
if you're going to
is
use,
significant.
if you're going to be
Define it
moving,
for me, but
if you're going to be moving electricity, are you going to be moving plumbing? If you're going to be moving exterior walls, I can't remember, Brett, help me, an interior wall?
Usually, if you've got to have inspections, you should have a permit. But I don't know if that would apply to this remodel, that you would probably have to deal with a permit, because you should get a 4-way inspection or an inspection of your electrical or plumbing if you put in a bathroom downstairs or something like that. That would be wise to do. A remodel, I would only think that if you guys are familiar with my daughter's house, I tore the house apart, expanded it, moved the walls out, changed it. I had to get a regular building permit to do it. It was a significant remodel because we reshaped the house.
Right.
And I would think if you're staying within the interior, you would only need to get a building permit, not a remodel permit from the city, because it wouldn't require a zoning clearance.
Because it wouldn't change the setbacks or the envelope of the house.
Right, it wouldn't change.
But
the
if it
outside
changes
envelope.
if it changes the envelope of the house, a remodel permit would be needed because we would need to review those.
But if it doesn't change the outside envelope, you could, I mean, if you're just taking out a wall and putting some paint in, probably wouldn't even need a building permit. But if you're really gonna get inside and do something or finish a basement, you should get a building permit, but that if you're not changing that outside envelope, it shouldn't require a zoning clearance.
That's what I'm wondering. We had an electrician come and do all new, lighting and stuff in our house, but I mean, we've never thought of that as an all permit. I don't think I would have. So,
Probably not.
okay.
I wouldn't expect so. if you had added a bay window, you probably would have. If you had added a, another example, we had somebody on the council that put in a window well that went out in, or was proposed to go out into the setback. So if you're adding something like that, it could potentially, then we would want to review.
Yeah, I guess my question on that is, I think there'll be a number of people have a question on what constitutes remodel, and when I have a licensed contractor who's just doing something, whether or not that is a proper scope, if it's within the interior walls of my home.
Right. If it's inside your home, it's probably not. And your contractor would know when they need an inspection. So a licensed contractor would know when they need an inspection. So
So Josh, do you think that we need to omit something or clarify it in the wording or?
Well,
what?
I read that remodel, and I'm like, well, I mean, you've been to our house, so we had plumbing pulled downstairs too. We had licensed plumbers and electricians come in, and I would never thought we needed a remodel permit. I still don't, but I don't know. So there's my confession, right? It's a whole thing, so.
hopefully, if you
It
needed
wasn't a fee at the time, but
yeah, it wasn't a fee at the time, so it's not
But
an
I don't want
expense.
anyone to be in my situation and get it wrong, so.
Well, I did a remodel on the basement and I did electrical and plumbing, and I needed inspections on that. And so I did pay a fee to have that
And how
done.
did you find out you needed that? Did the contractor told you, or you just knew? Because I would have never thought I would have known.
No, I came into the city to pay the fee, but I had to pay the fee to the county because they're the ones doing the inspecting,
But you knew you had to pay a fee in order,
because I was told here.
because you checked with them first.
I checked with West Providence City, do I need a building permit? You need to go down to the county, and the county, I paid a permit to, I paid a fee to them to do, because they had to come and inspect the electrical. They did an inspection when it was partway done, and then a final inspection when everything was done.
So did the building permit cover the inspection or were they separate
They
things?
should do.
The
Building permit shouldn't cover the inspection. That's what she was probably paying for, was actually a
Right.
building permit to
This-
cover the inspection.
This fee is a new fee that appears the city is implementing for a planning and zoning review.
Not planning and zoning, staff does that level.
Okay, staff review. If you are changing the building envelope, which could affect your setbacks, your side yard, probably your rear yard, you would need to, gosh, I'm getting like Biden, can't remember the words. Oh,
I'm not sure I would, that I would compare myself to that.
Anyway, it would apply probably in that instance, but anything that's inside the building that you want inspected or should have inspected, or a contractor would inspect or have inspected, you would go to the county and get your building permit. And then you would be on record as doing your remodel, and they would come and inspect it and do the inspections for you. And there'd be no fee to the city for that.
So what if I added, change the exterior envelope? Would that help define?
I think it helps a lot.
I think it helps a lot
Okay.
too.
And I think that's the most
Okay, good.
egregious issue that we want to take care of, right?
Okay.
I mean,
Well, and these other inspections really protect the homeowner so that they don't get their walls in and have a fire in the wall or something.
Right,
terribly wrong with
you want to
the
have an
plumbing.
inspection of the electrical or,
I guess I didn't think about that, because I hired licensed contractors who can do it themselves, and that can be-
licensed contractor, probably, I'm going to assume, and I probably shouldn't because my mom taught me how to spell it. But I'm going to assume your contractor got the permit and had that taken care of.
And that's the
I'm
thing, a
gonna
lot
guess.
of times
You
people
don't even
don't
know.
even know that that is taking place. So if you've got a licensed contractor, they're gonna pay all the fees, they're gonna ask all the
They
questions.
probably took care of that. It's highly likely that they probably took care of it for you.
Your general contractor, now if you're just hiring
I had some,
single,
yeah.
sometimes they don't do that, but
Sometimes it's the extent of the work. And consequently, there is such thing as a licensed handyman. And he can do lots of things.
Good.
And he doesn't have to be a contractor, he's licensed as a handyman. And so what you have to do is be in charge of your own house. You're going to live there after the contractor has left. You want to make sure that your things are done right. One of the ways you do that is obtain a permit where plumbing, electrical, sometimes heating is involved to make sure that there's, and gas piping for sure, to make sure it's done correctly for your protection. And you have a second set of eyes that come in from the county and take a look at that and either approve or say, no, there's some things that have got to be corrected. So you want to make sure that it protects the homeowner. They're spending the money and they'll be there after the contractor's long gone. You can trust some contractors, and some contractors, you just, the safe thing is look out for yourself.
And I've learned a lot. Thank you. Yeah. But I think we're going to clarify that with some sort of.
I just put that in, like, I think it's showing, I didn't check, is that?
Thank you. We got a lot of lines.
Okay, yeah, so some of these other zoning review, moves it from, well, detached is $50. Zoning I'm sorry, I skipped one. I was gonna go back. So grammar requests are the lowest paid employee that could fulfill. So our entry level position in our front office is at $16 an hour. And that's why it is set to that rate. So, zoning review at $100. Code amendment, because it requires staff and legal review as it comes along. That requires, so we put that at 1,000. Conditional use permits at 250. General plan amendments, which is opening up a significant document for the city, would be at $1,000. Non-conforming use, we would strike that. Non-conforming use occurs when a zone or when a ordinance changes. If they wanted a variance, then that would be under the variance. Then a rezone, because of all of what's involved in that process, and that moves to 1,000, or is proposed to do so. And right-of-way vacation, because we have to search out, it's not necessarily as much of a legal as it is a staff, but $500 for that. We take off the special exemption, and we remove that one. The variance site has already been included, and we've already addressed that earlier. Annexation is 150. Generally, you keep annexations low because you promote that. It can be more, does cost more than that, but traditionally cities will promote annexation. There's no change to that one. Policy declaration, we're removing that. We don't do that, or don't see those. Preliminary plat from 400 to 1,200. There's a significant amount of work that goes into preliminary plat, final plat, and construction drawings. Keep in mind this: the construction drawings and the review of construction drawings includes significant staff review time and detail, and can take quite a bit of time.
Right.
Yep. Sorry.
Janelle, go ask a question.
The preliminary plat, is that for like a subdivision or is
Yes.
that for like an individual home?
No. This is for a subdivision. This is when they're subdividing and creating a subdivision. So
My only question, are you done, Janelle?
Yep.
My only question was, so those are significant increases.
They are.
Almost threefold. I trust you that that's what you think that requires. Why the sudden rapid increase?
so oftentimes
The gas has gone up a lot.
Right.
Not that.
Oftentimes when economy is low, you set those rates low to promote development. When development is hot and heavy, and you bring those back into closer to the actual cost, so they're bearing it. But if you don't have any development, then you subsidize so that you'll have some of that coming. So there's some differences there, but it is a different.
So my only thought regarding this, just trying to be forward thinking, I think it'd be really good to, if we don't have record of
approximately.
What?
It's approximately
That's
that long
approximate.
ago.
I'm just wondering, I think let's annotate, when rates were set. So when we adjust them again, we have the perspective of, time.
That makes
Because
sense.
we don't, because other than that, like you talk about copies, like, sure, charge 50 cents a copy. I'm not gonna waste my time with that. But, when we're like triple the amount for a preliminary plat, that's what I'm gonna drill in on, and that's what I'd like to know. Like, when was the last time we set that rate?
It's been quite a while. One of the other things that come into that, state code changes every year, and they love to mess with the land use. And there are more requirements. There are more things that staff has to look for now. And then along with that, other things like the EPA and things, they add to the number of things that when somebody wants to do a subdivision, there are just more requirements, even than there were like 5-6 years ago. And so it does take more time,
No problem.
but it's been a significant time since we looked at these fees.
Yeah, and I get that, it's just nice to have some historical perspective
Right.
on fees, so if the, onerous city code is driving those, we can at least say, boy, next time the state wants to do the legislature, this is a significant cost to our residents, like, over time, fees are going markedly because of what you've done, so.
Scarlett, there's a document that actually, the name has skipped me, but there's a document you published with the final, or the plat, that tells what they're going to do.
The development agreement,
The development agreement, there we go. Is that included in
the 1,500.
the 1,500? That is a significant document.
Well-
Because that has to be, am I not talking?
No,
speaking
we
correctly?
are. And actually, there's two things. Ryan, we didn't put disconnection on, or am I just missing it? Because we talked about disconnection. The state legislature has also changed the way we deal with development agreements. There's one that needs to be done administratively, and then there's one that would need to be done like a code change. Because if you're working with a developer and creating terms that are outside administrative, that need legislative action, need the council to say, yes, we're going to let this developer have a different size street for whatever reason. And it's not in our code to do it, but for whatever good reason, you feel like we need to do this because that's important to our city. Maybe we're going to make him make a bigger street than what we normally need because whatever, he's got to bring a lot of traffic or something. If we have a development agreement like that, it actually has to be done like a legislative process, different than how it used to be. That happened, I think, within last year's legislation. So we have two ideas for development agreement now. This one, the administrative one, is just really, when I put one of those together, it's just taking the construction drawings and the code and highlighting the high points. So that's why it's all included in the 1,500. But if it's one of those significant type change agreements, then it would come like a code amendment because we have to go through the same process that we would a code amendment.
One other thing we need to mention here is those construction drawings, and I think you bill that back to the developer, but it has to be reviewed by our engineer. And we bill that directly back to those individuals. Is that
Right.
correct?
We also bill back the time that the engineer spends on the preliminary plat, anything like that. And I think Ryan will get to that in a minute on,
It's
That's up at the-
kind of the next
Yeah.
section.
Yeah, okay.
yeah.
But-
Anyway, Ryan, do you want to talk about disconnection?
Not at all. We need to, we
Okay,
may bring that separate,
okay.
so. Apologize, because there were so many, we had a lot of items, we may have some that might come at a different point. But we don't have the disconnected discussion. Oftentimes you do disconnections, based on the cost of expected, what it would take when it leaves. So we'll get to that one. That might be a special discussion by itself. So then minor subdivision and concept plan, we treat all subdivisions the same, no matter the size. So we don't have a minor and non-minor. So we've taken that off because we don't have that. And then to that point, if it's engineer costs, we've talked about staff and an attorney and some of those. But traditionally, and for this, if there is a engineer, it gets billed direct. That hasn't changed. We're not changing anything on that. We're just changing the wording here. Instead of checking and review, we're going to change that to review and inspection, because that includes the engineer going out to inspect. So anyway, there's just this formatting change on that one. Cemetery, we have, as we identified, we use lot differently sometimes, and in somewhat more common nomenclature, we'd use it as a plot or a space, and that's what we'd sell. Resident, non-resident is currently the same rates. That isn't changing. We're changing the word in burial from burial to interment. It's kind of more of a standard in the industry. And then weekends, you'll note that the price for a Saturday is approximately double what the price of during the week is. So that kind of flows down. So it is cheaper on these, but we still have to have roughly the same manpower, same equipment, maybe not quite as deep. But keep in mind, we have had none of these in the last 2 years, I don't believe, as I asked. So this doesn't affect many people. It just puts it in line with that split. And then the certificate transfer, it takes time. It's like we've said, instead of $50, we're moving to $75. And then adding a limitation, we have it in our discussions, and I have the number that what times we've sold. There is a few times we have previously limited plots to sell at eight plots at a time. And because of the amount of sales that we're doing on our cemetery, we're looking to move that to 4, to maximum of 4 plots sold at a particular time. As we fill up the cemetery, we'll need to sell less and less in groups. So that's what that little note is. So,
Ryan, so if I come in today and buy 4 plots, can I come in tomorrow and buy 4 more?
To what you're a resident, you get one shot at it.
Brian, your voice is going, you need a drink of water or something, worried about you there.
probably need.
There's no cups, so you can
That double star doesn't reference anything about, should that reference
And
the
Rob,
top plot?
Turn up the heat while you're there, please.
Oh, it's cold.
except for right here, turn it down, right?
Oh,
It's cold here. It's cold right here.
is everybody else cold?
And I'm running the meeting, so I want.
That's true. Executive privilege.
Yeah.
We should private air
I don't really have anything on for the 2 absence, but he asked for that.
No, no, it doesn't reference any particular one. It's just a comment. That's true.
So do you wait for the end to?
We could put that.
Some things, is that how it works here?
You have a comment on this section? Okay. Let's wait till we.
I can put the 2 up here. That's probably where it's most appropriate.
Or as far as on an earlier topic, but I figured since we're taking a little gap in our discussion.
Okay, I'm confused. What do you want to comment
As far
on?
as on some of
If
the.
you come to a mic,
You need
if
to come
you're
to the
gonna
mic and
address
tell him
these.
the name, and I will allow you to do that.
Okay.
Tell me which one you want me to go back to.
Dave Beckett, resident of Providence, and I'm talking about some of the filing fees for like code amendments and conditional use and in Joshua's comment as far as things going up exponentially. I agree with that, as far as having navigated those things myself and having to do multiples of them to get to the right place. It's almost a little onerous. as far as if something's going from $100 to $1,000, that's a big hit for a homeowner. Now, for a developer, maybe not so much. But it was just sort of a thought that I had, having actually navigated it and had to pay multiple fees to get to the right place. So it's a concern.
So you paid a fee and it was the wrong place to go?
Well, I tried to change the code. In fact, I think it's on the docket
You
tonight.
were here at last planning and zoning, right?
Yeah. Yeah, so I tried to change the code. And then the planning commission said, no, we don't want to change the code. So now I have to do a conditional use permit. So I gotta pay twice. So if I had to pay $1,000 twice, that's a problem. Or an issue for me, as an example.
Okay.
So just want to make that comment.
Okay.
Just to respond to the code amendment, most of these don't allow applications of code amendments. Those are done through referendum, and a referendum would cost a lot more than $1,000. Or initiatives. Those are very expensive. It does take a lot of time because it does have a review from an attorney when we're talking code amendments. The domino effect of a code amendment can be very substantial. So the conditional use, and I apologize, you've gone through two, staff doesn't make those determinations to send. The conditional use is not as much. It's a staff review and an administrative hearing. So the amount of time is a lot less, but we do have a licensed engineer as part of that group, and they do meet as a public body to review as well as individual review. So anyway, just so you're aware of some of that detail behind. So
I think it's also important to note that there has been a comparison made between what we charge and what other cities are charging, so that we're not outside the market, we're not outside of what it would take to do these things. So.
Do we ever bundle things like that where a resident might try to do something? And most of the work pretty much done for a different, in that example, of going to do a code amendment and then ending up in a conditional use where the fee would be waived because of their process and their history. Do you know what I'm saying?
we certainly could. Again, as we've talked, there's a chance to be able to waiver adjust the fee down, but we can't charge a fee that's not established or more than the fee that's established. If there is that circumstance, we want to, if that were true, I think we could work with them. I mean, we don't want it to become,
Is that at the discretion of the staff?
yeah, and at that point, it probably is, yes.
And we used to do that quite often before we changed the code on the sensitive areas. If somebody needed a conditional use to get their residential site plan approved because they were building on a lot that was in a sensitive area, we just charged them the conditional use fee. Because the residential site plan, we were doing the same work for the conditional use fee as we would for the residential site plan. So we just charged them the conditional use fee instead of charging both fees.
And keep in mind on this is proposed, the cafeteria style. You can pick which ones you want to pass. You can not select others. It's kind of the cafeteria option. We were trying to present where we think all of them go, but you're welcome to do any of them differently if you like.
If I can just share what I'm thinking just for 30 seconds. I think that there might be some whiplash because it's been a while since the fees have been adjusted. But if the individual seeking the change or needing the approval doesn't pay for it, then everyone pays for it. So if the fees don't cover the cost, then we all pay for it. And I think that's important to consider. So I appreciate that we're looking at what the actual cost is so that people can pay what it costs.
But it's also important to note that we can't be flexible
Yes.
in some of those areas, so.
You ready for
Thanks, Dave, for bringing that up.
you ready for me to go to Park and Recreation?
Yes.
All right, kind of came to light with Vaughn's Park. So Zollinger Pavilion, we had a $25 rate. That's staying the same. We're crossing out Vaughn's Park to move it on its own line. And that's what the change on the first one is. The next two are establishing rates for Vaughn's Park Monday through Thursday and on Vaughn's Park Friday and Saturday. This year, just a few weeks after we opened the reservation, somebody came along and reserved all of the available Friday and Saturdays for the year at one time,
One entity.
one entity.
And they paid the fee.
Yeah, they paid the fee, but at that point, you know, there is a desire to leave the reservation during the weekday, to keep it the same. We don't fill up then, so we'd leave it there. But we generally fill up on weekends, and we do have a higher cost for us opening and cleaning on that weekend and checking on the bathrooms. So we just have a higher cost on the weekend for our staff time. And because it does get the most use, that's why we've proposed a higher rate for that. So that's what that is. Somebody asked, and I just want to clarify, Fun of the Sun, the 45 is the lower age, $60 the higher age. So that's by age group.
The younger kids don't meet as long. The younger kids only meet 2 times a week. The older age group meets 3, so that's the reason.
So I have a question.
Yes.
You mentioned that somebody came along, an entity, and rented all the available weekends.
That's correct.
It seems a little bit excessive.
They've since backed off, but because they were doing concerts, they put them all and said, we'll reserve them all, we'll pay your fee, and then we'll release the ones we don't, because it's easier for us to pay it all and schedule our concerts and then release what we don't use. So that's what happens. Sorry.
And I understand, you know, that's, you made that clear. It just seems to me that that precludes some of our residents who are using the park for possibly a wedding reception or something else. And that seems to me excessive. Is there any interest in a restriction as to how many reservations? I don't know. A commercial entity versus a non-commercial, I don't know. I don't know how that would be termed or worded, but that just seems excessive to me and unfair, in my opinion, for the residents of Providence. Just my thoughts.
But we talked about that, and we talked about maybe having part of the fee non-refundable, or but what we came down to at this stage was to charge a little bit more for the weekend rates because we had a direct cost. But you're right, we had that discussion. Where we fell was this, because we didn't know, but we're open. I mean, the staff's open for any other ideas you have. We had that, and so we thought, you know what, that was the start of the domino. This is where we came, but.
And that entity will be refunded for all the ones they canceled?
Yeah.
I mean, they're working the system. It was smart of them. But then, yeah, it's not good.
We did give the staff, the youth council, and for the some of those ones we did reserve some of those if we knew before we opened. So we did give the city that chance. But yeah, that's what happened. So that's where we are.
Is this entity a Providence entity or just?
Yeah, I think they're in Providence.
Well, they're not based out of Providence, but they've got Providence people.
Okay.
I think they have their office where CRS
Oh,
was. I think they're on.
oh, then
Center
I
in Maine.
misstated. I think they've got a couple of different offices.
They do have an
And
office
I
in
didn't realize they
Providence.
had one in Providence, so yes.
Then I don't know how we combat that. I mean, they were first on the doorstep, so.
Anyway, they were good. As soon as they knew their dates, they released, got the refunds. But it did become kind of an issue, and so we're taking one step. And maybe this isn't enough. Maybe we'll come back to you and ask for something different if it. So anyway, this is our first. Okay, I'll just finish. A lot of the recreation, we had gone into a lot of the detail last time, and we had adjusted rates. So we're not looking at many of those. So it takes us to animal control, just impound fees. If we're charged that, it's closer to $30 instead of 10. So we're raising that. A kennel license is when somebody has 4 dogs, right? So this is just more, we have more of a response when somebody has more dogs. And this is just kind of increasing that and making some adjustments there. So,
And they still pay per dog too.
yes.
So we pay an impound fee?
So we'll pass an impound fee along if we've charged from the county or the.
If they pick up an animal in our jurisdiction, they add that onto our regular contract.
And then we turn around and charge that and bill it out. That's what we're doing.
But then don't they charge someone an impound fee to get their animal out of impound?
So they hadn't at points. They hadn't.
If they do charge, if the person comes and collects the dog and they collect the impound fee, they do not charge us. However, if it's a dog that no one claims, then there is an impound fee that unfortunately, because it was picked up in Providence City, we pay.
But if they never come to get their dog, we charge this impound fee.
That's true. And we don't pass it along. But then we eat those. But
To nowhere.
You have to, it says we cannot have dogs wandering the neighborhood,
Okay, but who pays that fee?
the taxpayer.
well,
Does it come out of the general fund?
Yes,
I get your point, and you're right. If we found them, we could pass it along. If they pick it up, then they pay. But you're right. I mean, we're hoping our animal when the county has an animal shelter, I believe they're talking that they'll take care of all of those kind of things, and this would be something that won't really happen. They'll do the billing for the boarding. They'll help with those. So you're right. It's kind of does it actually ever get charged? It may not. So, but anyway. We can certainly take it off or do something different with it.
I would take it off, but just because it doesn't seem like you'd ever find the person pay for it.
But if you have it on there, you have the option if you do.
But they're gonna pay the impound fee themselves when they go to town to get their animal. That's the time we get charged.
I mean, I'm fine either way.
You know what I'm saying? If they go 2 weeks later, they're gonna pay the impound fee themselves.
they go 2
Right.
weeks later, they're too late.
If they go more than 5 days later, their dog may have been adopted out.
Okay, but that's not your point. The point is,
Right.
the point is the impound fee when the animal is claimed is going to be paid to the
Other-
shelter by the resident, or by the parent, owner, or whatever.
Yeah.
I like the parents, but.
Or the grandparents?
I will strike the fee.
But you know,
I think we need to look at our contract with the Humane Society and make sure that they haven't got that broken down into 2 different things. So maybe we put that part on hold.
Strike it for
We'll
now.
strike it for now. We'll come back to you if it's different. Or,
well, bottom line is the animal shelter has those expenses, right? That's why they charge us, is because that needs to be paid.
Just want to make sure we're not being double charged, that
Right.
in that they don't charge the resident and they charge us. They may have a different fee, they don't call it impound, they may say it's service calls.
Courtesy fee.
Morning.
Okay. We'll strike it at this point. For this argument, we'll strike it at this point. Equipment hours, rather than listing equipment and that we don't really rent out our equipment. This is the back charge if we have a service we provide and we need to calculate a rate to charge. So this is removing those rates and pegging them at Renegade or Weaver rates plus our labor. So instead of us trying to chase a rate every time the backhoe changes or we get a new backhoe or a different one, rather than doing that, we're just gonna peg it to those two. So hire those two, and they publish those on a regular basis. So okay, we're down to monthly utility. That's what everybody was looking forward to, I think. So these rates are based on the 1 meter rate. We have them proportionally adjusted for different sizes of meters. So if we have a 4-inch meter, it's proportionally adjusted. So that's why we list with the 1 meter rates. We're proposing just on the 1 meter. This is particularly to the 1 meter sewer. You'll notice it's not. It will be proportionate when we get there. But for the 1-inch meter, the base rate for water has been $23.25. We're proposing to reduce that to $21. So we are proposing a reduction in our utility rate for the base rate for water to be reduced by $2.25.
So that's the rate that's charged during the winter when we're not metering water.
That's the base rate, 12 months a year.
Right.
But yes,
But
that's all you
won't
would
see
pay.
that in the winter.
You would see that in
You'll
winter, right? Or if you didn't use 10,000 gallons, you would see that at any point in the year. But then you were billed above 10,000 gallons, you were billed your actual usage beyond there. We're doing that because of two reasons. One, because we have built up a somewhat significant amount of a fund in our of cash in our water fund. So we are able to reduce that. And also because of our agreement with Spring Creek Water, because we're able to get more water through Broad Hollow and the cost of that water is less, we're able to reduce that. So for those kind of two pieces, we're looking to say we can reduce the base rate of water. So
Wait, Rob, do we really don't meter in the winter? And when we meter in the spring, do we make an adjustment for what, over typical usage?
No,
What
we're
about
one of
them?
the few cities left on the planet, I bet, that literally only charge the base rate for the winter months. Most cities have adopted to a different variation. There's two different variations of winter use overage that they pay, and we will likely be getting to that point very soon. We're kind of behind the curve when it came to technology as far as making that efficient, and we've had a very long history here in Providence of promoting running water through the winter because of the frozen pipes and a lot of issues that have happened in the past. That there was a lot of stock watering, and there was a lot of freezing pipes, and us recommending to leave your water running to avoid frozen issues. And between our technology and that history, we've kind of delayed, I guess is one way to put it, charging for overage through the winter. We do have the technology now all in place to read via radio year round. And so I can see that next year might be the first year that we might come to you and propose having, meter reading year round, or I believe it's, well, I won't name which cities because I'm not certain of it at this point, but I know there's a couple cities near us that more or less charge a large fee come the first reading in the spring. And they take that and apply it over the course of the entire winter, one time, come April 1st or something or other. And we could look at doing something like that as well, but we've never done that yet.
So is that in lieu of the $21? So the $21 goes away and we've actually,
The $21 is a base for the first 10,000.
okay.
So if they use less than 10,000, that's the
it's still
cap,
21,
21.
Okay.
So, but if they use more,
right.
then they would pay.
They'll pay an additional
Right.
charge, just like summer.
Right. Most cities, as he's mentioned, most cities read year round. But there was a chance when you were manually reading that you didn't want to dig up the snow to read it. But most cities, and not only most cities have gone to that, but now it is required of cities to do secondary water. I think if the state,
Meter secondary.
I think if the state knew that we weren't metering water during the winter, they might say something.
So we do meter, we keep track of the numbers, but we're not billing. So we do have the quantity for our state reports and stuff.
Oh, yeah. That's produced,
Let's
correct.
clarify that.
Thank you for the clarification. So,
Didn't know you could move so fast, Rob.
so that's what that one is. The sewer one, we're proposing an increase to match the 10% increase to this, that Logan charges, that Logan raises our rate each year, and they have a 5-year time period that they're raising the rate each year, their rate 10%. And that's what they've done to us. So we're kind of flowing that rate on. So that is what it is. That's kind of what that does. So, and then stormwater.
Does that plateau after 5 years? Will they hold the price for a while?
I hope so. I hope so. But we don't control their rates, but I hope so.
They don't even ask. It's not in the contract that they plateau the rate.
No.
Basically, that's the question.
No, we know that the plateau is 10% increase. They aren't going to increase it more than that for this 5-year period. I think we're on year 3,
Maybe
4. We might be on year 4 coming up. So it's a lot. We pass on to Logan. Stormwater. So on stormwater, currently our fund.
Brian?
Yes.
Do you want to talk about for just a moment Logan's proposed action?
I was gonna do that in my staff report on that side because it doesn't
That's fine. That's fine.
really rate yet, but okay. So stormwater, at this point, we are charging and collecting about as much, right, really close to the amount of our O&M. What we aren't charging for is an amount to build up to have projects. So at this point, we have a list of projects in our storm plan. Some of those projects, in the plan have been accomplished by others, but we're not building an amount in order to be able to have that. So in the other funds, like in the water fund, we have set aside a certain amount that would be sufficient to pay for most of our projects over the next 5 to 10 years. And so we can do those projects, and we've got them, so we can pay for them as we go. This is one that we don't have that, a very small amount of reserve to that. And so this is just trying to raise that rate to collect in order to pay for ongoing projects. Some of those might have been in our project, we put in culverts this year to try to help when we were doing some of our road project, but we don't really have a lot.
With the increase, I looked at the master plan that you sent us. there's not really a priority of projects. There's a list of projects, but not really like a ranking.
Agreed.
So what do you feel like the priority is? Is that something that we're gonna try to be working on in the next budget year? Or-
Yeah, we would put them in and work towards prioritizing. At this point, most of the other plans you've seen have had a priority ranking of some type, in a short term and a long term. That's something this plan doesn't have. And there's some other things we probably will have some additional refinement to this plan that we'll need. So yeah, yes, in the budget, we would prioritize some of those. But at this point, we don't have a lot. We don't have a fund to start going out to doing some of those projects. So it won't be very much until we have some money to do the project.
So that ranking will come back to the council.
Is Rob gonna give it to us? Or-
Well, it would come in the budget. It would be proposed in the budget, in the budget document. But I would work with Rob to help prioritize those. But that's where it will come, is in your budget document.
So what's the projected amount that you're hoping to raise for future projects with this increase? Or, I mean, I guess I can just do the math here. How many homes do we have in?
We have about 2,300,
So, and this is a monthly fee?
correct?
Okay, so I'm just,
Yeah,
for
go ahead.
paper napkin here,
Sure.
about $80,000 a year.
Yes.
Right.
And if we can build up to enough of a reserve, and like we do the water, we can cut it back and adjust. We're not adding to the reserve for the sewer. We're passing on fee, but we're not adding to that reserve. So it's got enough of a reserve. It's just a storm that's not built there. So
Are you looking to, you're using some of Blacksmith Forks canals for your stormwater? Does that factor into, do they charge usage for your the drainage?
they don't. An example of this would be our drain line we put into 100 South. 100 South was open. We were building there, and we said, we really could use a drain line. We've had that in our priorities to just some for our water wells, year-round water wells drain, and some for storm drain. And we use that, but at that point we've got it. We've had to lean on our water fund because that's where we had some funds. We just didn't have enough of the stormwater to have it hold its own weight in those kind of costs. But 100 South, we did a project there from 150 east to 2nd west.
So I just want to say, I'm in favor of this only because I know what stormwater is a problem for Providence, the amount of leakage and stuff that we have in the system. And so far that the money that we're investing in raising will be ultimately used to reduce those costs that we're bearing right now in the system. That's the idea, right?
Absolutely the idea.
I mean, it's costing us a lot of money in stormwater. If we can take preventative measures, that will ultimately cost us less. I'm just gonna yell and talk really loud. Yeah, I think it's
Just
just,
on the
yeah, you're
record,
right.
because
You're
that's why
totally
you're
right.
saying it.
Yeah, just the reason we're raising that is we have a lot of costs associated with our stormwater system because of the leakage we have going in the system. We have to pay for improvements to prevent that and lower that cost, because it's kind of an exponential cost right now, right, Rob? I mean, it's just increasing year after year. We don't exactly know how to
And the
curtail it.
state regulations just keep getting stricter and
Yeah.
stricter, and we have a lot more on our plate to take care of when it comes to not just preventative maintenance or repair maintenance, but regulations.
I just want to make sure that, I'm going to be watching to make sure that that fund is building up at about that rate, and that we'll be investing that on the priorities that.
Well, and the state is requiring not only metering for culinary water, but
Secondary.
for secondary
Yep.
now. They're requiring that to be metered, which means you have to pipe it, which means that those pipes are where? In
Yep.
our stormwater ditches.
Yep.
So there's gonna be a lot coming down the pipe.
And if secondary water is piped, and we've been using it previously for stormwater, we may have to alter that. So yes, so that's
There's
what
some costs coming down
for us to handle.
The next one, and this is kind of, I mean, this is one of the few that are not based on cost. This is based on conservation. So it is a little fluffy, to be honest with you. And that is tiered rates for water usage. The state requires that we push conservation, and one of those options is tiered rates. Currently, we only have the base, a 10,000 to 50,000, and 50,000 and above. So these rates are in no way scientific. It's simply a quarter for each tier, and if you felt differently, you know, I gotta admit that there's just trying to find a way for conservation, and that's the total way this is about, is just for conservation on the tiers. You can do it, you cannot do it. It doesn't affect the base rate. It's totally a conservation measure.
Well, it's a conservation attempt. Like, I mean, I think at the end of the year, if we see that it didn't work, then because this is consumer psychology right here. This is consumer behavior. What is the rate that will motivate and incentivize conservation? If it doesn't do that, at the end of the day, we just collected more money from the residents. So that's why I'd like to be really clear here that if it's not enough, we have to make it painful so it actually achieves the objective. It doesn't just raise extra money.
That's correct. It's not a money generator. That's not the point.
Okay, I'm just saying we need to evaluate that. Like,
Yes.
it needs to do what we intended it to do this year, or we picked the wrong values.
So do you have an idea of how many residents reach these different tiers?
We could run a
can
report.
run
I don't
that.
think we had it. We
I don't
didn't run it
have
for
that
this,
report.
But we could run a report, yes.
I don't really have any.
Our farm report would be very, very large, a lot of data, but yes, we do have it.
So, but you don't have like a ballpark guess of how many people hit, like 25% hit this range, maybe?
With homework, I could give you something.
If Tara was sitting here, she could tell you, but Rob and I don't get into that.
Would you be willing to do that? I mean, I think the vast part really like to see a distribution of water use, you know, so we see the average uses and how many standard deviations, you know, this is these areas. So,
Yeah, sure, certainly can do that. And we could bring this back at a different point. It's kind of the,
I spent the day in a water meeting, and they specifically said that rates have not historically been shown to prove in conservation.
I've heard that too.
Incentivization.
So what does metering?
Shaming people.
30% when
No, I don't mean
they
that sincerely.
started measuring the water that was secondary water, when they started metering that, it went down 30%.
Right. I've heard that with the metering of the secondary, which
So that's kind of where I feel kind of conflicted on this though, because these rates are connected to metering.
Yeah, if that was the case and if it didn't lower metering, I'd like to take the money that we raised in extra and use that on education or use that for some other effort to achieve the objective that we wanted to do, you know? If it didn't work, if it works, great. Well, I mean, that's what, it starts with awareness, right? The gas company did, their electric company, when they started it, you know, they send me my bill and they say, this is how much you use compared to your neighbors. How many people have seen that, you know? And
Did it alter your behavior?
it gave me pause. I think information is important, but I was pretty close to the averages, you know? I think I would have felt, you know, kind of like a glutton if I had used too much. But I just think if we raise that money, I think we ought to, and it doesn't work, I think we ought to use it for some other mechanism to try to conserve water, if that's the intent.
Well, we can use this as an evaluation tool. And at the end of that evaluation, we then can decide how we want to handle it.
Yeah, but I'm all in favor of figuring out how to conserve water. I mean, 100%. I think we're all there. Rob's told us we're going to have to do that. Things are going to get bad. Yeah.
It's kind of-
so on these ones, so I agree with Janelle that oftentimes rate doesn't show it. I think some of that's probably because we're not we don't press the rates so high to make it painful because we have compassion. Morgan City has their top rate is $8 per thousand. They've pushed that envelope. I think Hyde Park is going to 6. I think somewhere in there. They're making a huge jump. But we knew some of Hyde Park's issue that was public. So they're making a large jump. And so you're right. I mean, oftentimes I think small increases don't make a difference. And this may not, I don't know.
I
So
like Josh's point though of using the funds that are raised for education and,
If it doesn't achieve the
Right.
objective.
and moving.
Because I'm
closer
hearing
to
you
that
say we're
objective.
not doing this because of the cost of water, we're doing this to incentivize conservation.
that is the total reason why this
Right.
is being proposed.
And let's just earmark those funds and do an evaluation at the end of the year. And if this, hopefully it works. I hope it does. I don't know.
Okay, I don't know that it will either. Like I think of myself
you go.
and I feel like I'm a pretty average Providence person. I'd be like, wow, my water's expensive. And
Kids turn off the shower.
And you'd write
Yeah.
out the check and be on your way doing
Yeah,
something else.
that's it. It would be auto pay and I'd just be like, whoa, I hope Josh doesn't see that.
Yeah, so unless you put
Your husband?
education along
Not
with
that
the
job.
tier
Not this
structure,
Josh, my husband.
unless you put education along with this tier structure of conservation, people are gonna say, that water sure gone up, I'd have to check, turn on the.
I think that's true.
They have to know that there's a tier structure. Like there's 15 of us
And the
right now
purpose
that
of
know.
it, we're trying to conserve water.
I think it's great.
I don't know, I think we ought to educate people that that's what we're doing.
Is that reflected in our bill? I guess I should have pulled out my water bill to show myself who's in the past, but.
I don't know that it breaks
Not the
down.
breakdown.
Show where
It
you,
says
where
overage.
you bump up over the tier.
Yeah, it shows overage, so.
But it does show usage, right? How
Yeah.
much volume.
Mhm.
So you
Yeah.
could come back and calculate, but it doesn't have the breakout calculated on each tier.
I've had utility bills from other places where it lists.
That might
You know,
How many gallons or how much you went,
Yeah.
give you a graph?
it showed you the cost for each tier. That makes sense. Like this much water cost you this much, and you went over this much, it cost you, whatever.
So are you
it is
saying to
more.
print this on the bill
Kind of, yeah.
and then we show
Right.
how many gallons were used? Or the bill shows that, right?
The bill shows the gallons.
Okay, so then they
But
would
it
be
doesn't
able to,
reflect the tier.
No, it doesn't actually reflect the individual tiers, no.
but we haven't had a tier before,
We've had a little bit of tiers
but
before.
not like this.
Base and the bonus.
Yeah.
If there's a way to show tiers on the bill and where they're at, I think that would be a good part of the education.
Show a
To
graph.
know, so everyone knows where they are. And like, oh, I just barely got into that third tier, dang, I'm gonna turn it off one day a week.
We can definitely look into that. I think that's possible. Yeah.
It's a reasonable solution for right now.
So.
Dave,
Yeah,
yeah, Mike.
Having lived where water is, Dave Beckett, having lived where water is like extremely expensive, they actually show a history. So if you know what you used last year in the same month, that's a great way of educating the people on their usage. To know, oh, I must have a water leak or something like that. And I actually had it where the utility companies would call me, say your usage is way out of line from previous trends. And that's a great way to educate the public and conserve water at the same time, because then you know you have a problem.
Let me ask how many people in this room have auto pay?
My wife does it, so it's all
Oh.
okay to me. So,
So that means those people, do they get a statement? Can they look it up?
But our bill and our water technology of reporting that, no offense to anybody here, but it seems a little antiquated, it's pretty basic, let's just say that. But so this would be a good example accomplish the objective, we could take those excess funds, invest in some technology to report that better on the bills as part of education. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And slowly move the needle that way. So I think that'd be a good example, because I think Dave is right. I mean, how many people looked at their gas bill chart this month and it's like, boy, it was cold this year, like it was, I think it was, an extra $2-3 a day at our house, to heat our house compared to last month. And that does help, and, can I turn the thermostat? No, put a jacket on, so I tell them, so.
Okay,
Hard to work with.
so we're at the end of the list.
End of the list.
Are we ready?
What part of this cafeteria you like, Dawn?
Would you like me to comment now, Ryan?
We're supposed to be
No.
commenting as we went.
Yeah, I was gonna wait till the end because mine involves the entire fee schedule, whatever you want to call it. That's why I was waiting till the end. So we didn't stop on every single one.
Okay, go for it.
Okay. Thank you for the permission. So I think there are a lot of fees on here. There's a lot of information, a lot of separate fees, and not a lot of detail on each one. And I learned from you, Ryan, that we want our fees to reflect the cost. We want them to kind of match up. So what we're charging matches what we need to pay and what the cost is for that. So I'm just curious about each one of these items. Do they have their own separate fund? So all the money you receive for a code amendment, that stays separate so that at the end of the year, you can find out how much money you've taken for code amendments or a home business license, or do they just all these fees just kind of get pushed into one pile?
It's a great question.
First
So-
question. That's the
Okay.
first question.
So we have a general fund, a capital projects fund, a water fund, a sewer fund, a storm drain fund, stormwater fund, and a fiber fund. If a fee is related to one of those, the water, sewer, stormwater, or fiber, if those fees are directly related to that, then they go into their specific enterprise fund. And so that enterprise fund is like its own different business unit, and they are spent within that. So that's why we can't just use water funds to pay for the stormwater expenses, because those are different businesses. Those are different enterprise funds. On that note, those things that are general fund expenses, most of these fees, other than the monthly utility, most of these fees are general fund fees. General fund is primarily funded by your property tax and sales tax. Those are your two primary funding sources for your general fund. But these ones would go into your general fund. What we do have is we have different categories of expenses and different department types that would be similar. So we'd have a cemetery general account line, and we would track some of our cemetery expenses to there. But most of these fees are general fund fees and would go into the general fund. Does that answer your question?
But they do have a line item, right?
They do have a line item, so we track
You could
them.
pull up how much money
Yeah,
last year you received on code amendment fees.
Yes.
So we received this much, but then that just goes into the general fund of paying for whatever that costs.
yeah, we would have, not every one of them probably has its own, but for the most part, we could pull up a report to show you each one of these fees and how many we had of each one.
I just think it'd be curious to know how much each fee accumulated at the end of that year. And then, you know, what the cost was to the city and how those two meet, if that makes any sense.
It does, we don't do a balance sheet or an income statement for every fee. So we don't go to that detail, but we do categorize, like expenses and we've interviewed a lot of the staff and went through and said, okay, how much time does it take you to do on average one of these? So we have looked at a lot of that cost, that direction, but to go down and to have a balance or to have a profit and loss statement for every fee, we don't have. What other questions do you have?
You know, you have everything listed here, every single fee. I just thought maybe there could be that number of how much we accumulated for each one of these, and then how much we spent for each one of these. So 2 numbers for each one. Whereas right here, we have 1 number for each one. But
Yeah,
that's a lot of work.
we don't have that. And we wouldn't, I mean, to be able to create that,
Just throw it all into a general fund.
yeah, if you want to give me 3 more staff accountants, I'm sure I can do it for you.
You got
I know how.
You got staff wages, you got gas, you got all that stuff wrapped up into that sort of thing.
You're right, yeah.
Just amazing.
Well, one thing to note, this way of doing it, while it looks daunting in a lot, keep in mind that the historical method was that each one of these fees were by ordinance inside of the code. And so in order to redo them, you went through all of your code sections and sites and changed each fee inside its own code section. To be able to have these consolidated and do that is the best practice, to have them standardized in one spot so that you can have transparency in all your fees and reevaluate all of them together, rather than having to find one in a code and miss one. And so this is the best way and best practice to have them all together like this. So, sorry, other questions you have?
No, my comment is it just looks like a lot of increase in fee, and I guess we'll find out a year from now if the increase was matching the cost
Sure.
somehow through a general fund.
Right. And at that point, if we find that the fees, if we have been subsidizing them, which we believe to some point we have, that subsidy, you turn back and you reduce property taxes. That's what we did last year, and we're not afraid to reduce rates. So if we find different, we come back and adjust those. Today, most of them are going up, but some are not. Some are being adjusted down, and so we look at that. But if it's been subsidized, then we would go to property tax or some of the other mechanisms and could possibly reduce that. So
One thing people don't realize is property that's taxed automatically reduce every year.
automatically stays the same in income, but the rate would automatically decrease in a growing economy.
So it does net, well, you come out ahead, but yeah, there you're at. Ryan, online, on one just little issue on the review and inspection, the last line, it says each additional reviews. Should that be review or?
I think the
I think the S was taken off.
got a strike through it, you just can't.
Oh, I just.
I think we're striking the S because it was,
Okay.
What was that? We were just trying to remember which one we said we were gonna strike.
oh, I had that one.
I'm just trying to make notes here so we can make it, so we can discuss, make a motion and move on, so.
So the impound fee was the one we struck.
The dog impound fee thing.
Right.
I couldn't
So-
remember what that was.
So the S is being taken off.
Oh,
That's,
excuse me, impound, we don't know if the dog could be.
A cat or
Okay.
I'm on iPad.
yeah, we are taking that S off because of grammar, yes.
Okay, so with that, I'll entertain a motion.
Josh is taking notes over here.
I think I've got a clean motion, but I've got a couple things that might require discussion for that motion.
Let's have a motion and a second, then we can.
Okay. You want me to totally wrap this up into a motion?
If you would love to do that, I'd love to have you do it.
Okay, I'm happy to do it. All right, I would like to make a motion that we approve resolution 002-2022, which is Providence's updated fee schedule, as printed with the following exceptions. Okay, here we go. Number one, that we clarify the language for remodel to include this stamp or exterior footprint or whatever you guys used.
Envelope.
Envelope, thank you. I like that word. Yeah, envelope, that was good. I would like to propose that we reduce the code amendment and conditional use filing fees to $500 and to $200 respectively, not as high as they are. I think they're exorbitant.
500 for code amendment and which other one?
And 200 for conditional use. We had a resident comment on that, and I get where he's coming from, and without showing all the costs, it seems he's a really big increase today. I have a hard time swallowing it. So, and I propose my computer work a little faster. Let's see, that we strike impound fee from the fee schedule. And the final one, with the motion, I would like to make sure that money collected is part of the water fee with the new tiered structure be earmarked for conservation efforts. Educate. Well, I'm going to say efforts, because that could look like education, that could be technology investment. I'd like the council to come back and have that money and say, okay, let's use that to go ahead and conserve water.
So you were talking about some technology, changing some technology.
The council can vote on what that is,
Okay.
but that extra money is not just being
Leave it
used as extra
flexible.
money, it's meant for conservation. I think that's in the spirit of kind of what Jeff wants to do too, is, let's make sure the funds that we're collecting we're using for these purposes. And then just a note that that regarding stormwater increase, that it be reported annually how much we collect from that additional amount, so we can use that for capital improvements. Just want to make sure, once again, we're collecting that money for capital improvements. So those, I'm fine with the fee schedule with those conditions.
Can I add one to this motion?
You may, let's see if it works.
Can we add the annotation of the historical date of the fee?
Yes, and that we, how do you want to do that? That we
keep track of
keep track of
when
when
it's
increases
changed.
when increases have taken place, so that future councils can go ahead and look at rate fee setting over time.
Or maybe establish
And
it.
in my mind,
time.
I like that motion, because I feel like if we look at fees, there's a lot in there. I think it moderates a little bit, and I feel like with those conditions, I just feel like we're being good stewards with the additional money that's being collected. So I think that's my motion.
I'll second it.
Okay,
I think it's moving in the right direction.
okay, we have a motion by Councilman Paulson, second by Councilman.
I just have a clarification. I presented two that we missed on this one. Can those two, the failure to conclude a burial and the fine for unapproved headstone, be included in that? They're not presented, I just,
Because I can't see that on my.
sorry, yeah.
And so I'm going to amend my motion to include those two additional cemetery fees that Ryan has brought up. And I don't know,
Yeah.
Carrie, do you?
Second,
will
yeah,
second that
as presented. I mean,
as presented. Is that okay?
Yeah, that would be
Just
great.
same doc.
No, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure that clarification was okay.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Question.
Okay, so comment.
Yes, I'd like to comment on the code amendment. You mentioned who was allowed to request a code amendment. When we were talking about code amendments, usually it's by referendum.
Initiative and referendum are oftentimes the ways the public does code amendments. So, but this,
There's a third, sometimes by elected official only, council member. And
an
I'm
elected official
I'm
is,
also in favor of that, and I think that we hear from the residents, and then if we feel like it's
right, that-
worthwhile, we bring it forward.
at that point, point, there's not a fee when it comes through a sponsor of an amendment through a council. That's a different path. This is solely outside of the council and staff. It's a public application into that process. So,
This would preclude a council member from,
No.
which I think is good. So if there's someone that really feels passionate, they advocate with your council member, and if they think it's a good idea, they can bring it forward.
And that would save the fee. So if they went through a council member and the council member would bring it forward, they wouldn't have to pay a fee, is that right?
I agree.
I'm in favor of that. I think-
So that's why this fee was higher, because it doesn't go through a council, it doesn't go through the staff. Anyway, it's different, but you're right.
Personally,
Public just coming
personally
to us.
motivated
It's
generally.
motivating, but $100 to $500, I think is still motivating. A tenfold increase is,
And we can look at it again if we need to next year.
yeah.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. No amendments to the motion. So all in favor?
Aye.
Nay.
Aye.
That's way
Any
closer than
opposed?
I thought.
Nay.
Okay. So the motion passes. Would it be possible for me to bring an item to the, out of order? We've got this MOU, and most of the people here are here for that. And so if we can bring that forward to be the next item, I'd like to do that.
I'm in favor of that.
You're the
In
chair.
favor. Thank you.
Okay.
I think that's merciful.
Okay, so we're gonna move to item number 7, memorandum of understanding for parcel 03-076-0016. Providence City Council will review, discuss, and may take action on an MOU between Brett and Idina Ward and Providence City regarding parcel 03-076-0016 located at 879 Grandview Drive. This is a situation where they're out of code compliance and on their retaining wall. And so, Scarlett, are you presenting on this? Or Ryan, who's gonna take the lead?
I can present on the MOU. At this point, as we looked at the temporary occupancy permit, we don't have one. As we identified to say, hey, how do we get over an obstacle of a house that is mostly complete, a violation that's holding up an occupancy permit, and how do we bridge that somewhat compassionately so that they can be able to occupy the house in the time in which they would like to have a few opportunities to be able to work to resolve it. One of those would be to include to apply for a variance so that they would have a variance and they could apply and go through that process. And another one would be a code amendment so they could hear and have that go through the code amendment process. I don't mean to speak for them as we've talked. I think they'd like to see those two processes to go through and see if they can resolve the retaining wall issue, the code issue, through those means. And then if not, if they've been able to exhaust those remedies or those options, then they would be able to take out the wall, and they would commit that they would take out that wall at that point and build in compliance. But this gives them time to do that. It gives them 90 days for the first two, and then if that can't be, then it gives them another 30 days to tear out and construct the wall in the right spot. So a total of 120 days. we did talk to, and one of the items that we've skipped, but would be effective here is, I believe the mayor, and I don't need to speak for her, but I believe there will be a name presented for our appeal and variance officer. And when we spoke with them today, they said they could schedule something within about 2 weeks, to kind of give a time frame of that. And it's a time, if that goes along and time doesn't, and the council comes back and they say, hey, we're making progress and we're close, but we need an extension, that could come back to the council. We originally, the attorney originally, our attorney originally proposed 90 days. We visited with them. They said, can we add 30 days for the clearing of that if we don't? We said, yeah, that sounds reasonable. So that time frame was a back and forth, give and take. And they had a few other items so they originally drafted. We had our attorney modify. We gave them the opportunity to modify those, and we accepted that 3 changes to that. We accepted each of those 3 changes. So I hope it's a compromise and a method and a compassionate way forward. But it is an option, and because we didn't have a temporary or another remedy in the code, the option was to bring something to the council that you could act on, and to be able to work on it. So anyway, I know the boards are both here. So if you have questions for them, they're here. I hope that I've illustrated correctly where we were at. So anyway, I think that's where we are today. Trying to find a path forward if we can. And I think it's taken a little time, but I think this gives a path forward. That's what you're looking for. So anyway.
Okay. Is there anyone besides the wards that are here to speak on this? Okay.
They're the next door neighbors.
Okay.
I just have a quick question for Ryan, if it's quick. I'm just wondering what the history is on that code and the why behind the code. Just
I think Scarlett might be able to give better history because the ordinance has been the
I
same
know
since they've been here, but
something to do with setback on the side or
Yeah,
the
they're-
height of something, but I'm just wondering the
Yeah.
history of it and why, and
yeah, why don't we, did you take
if
that
it
one?
makes any difference.
Setbacks are an interesting thing, and there's reasons for them for safety, there's reasons for them for aesthetics, different things like that. And so planning commissions, city council, staff, we've tried to kind of create a harmony where we still have the aesthetic value and we still have the public safety value, and yet we allow property owners to use the bulk of their property. When it comes to structures in setbacks, we've tried to limit what kind of structures can go in setbacks and how much of they can make a difference. And oftentimes setbacks include public utility easements. And public utility easements, people want to be able to utilize the public utility wants to be able to utilize them. So putting a structure over the top of a public utility easement is a difficult challenge. So we went through the code a few years ago. I think it's been 4 or 5. I'd have to go back and look, and actually talked about retaining walls. One of the things that actually drove this was that we had a really cool looking house come in, and they were doing some architectural features in the front yard with retaining walls that actually created great big concrete structures that were only like 5 feet off the sidewalk. And we realized that we needed to really look at retaining walls and their use. And they're a necessary thing, but we do have to be considerate of all parties, the people that want to build and the people that have already built, and the impact that bringing a wall in is going to have on them. So we did a homework. we looked at different scenarios, we looked at different ordinances. We came up with what we looked at. We came up with the idea that anything, there are several different things in the code, but anything between 3 to 6 feet that could go in a setback as long as the exposed side faced the property owner instead of the neighbor. And if it was larger than that, taller than that, then it needed to be considered part of the main structure, and then it fell under primary structure setbacks. So it was to preserve the 10-foot area between two neighbors' homes. So you have 20 feet of area between two neighbors' homes in this particular zone. Some zones have a different amount, but that's really what the whole point is. And a retaining wall is different than a fence, because a fence, you can move it if you need to. A retaining wall is set there because it's holding up the earth, and so, or holding something, and so you can't just automatically move the retaining wall like you could a fence if a utility company came along or something. So that's why retaining walls have a little bit different flavor to them than a fence does. Because a fence, you can put a 6-foot fence in the setback, but you can't put a 6-foot retaining wall that is exposed side goes to the neighbor.
Scarlett, you mentioned two things. I just think it's important. Aesthetics and safety are clearly two. Another one that I think is often overlooked is water and moisture and runoff and those related things.
Right.
Control of that is a big deal.
Yeah.
And just enjoyment of property is another one. I just think it's important because there are so many innovations and deviations when it comes to these things. People get really creative with how they want to do things.
They do.
So, but in my mind, all those that I've seen fall into one of those buckets.
Yeah. Did that help, Jeff?
You said 10 feet on that.
6.
6, oh, 6.
Yeah. And over 6, you didn't matter which way the wall faced. Over 6, it is considered part of the main structure and has to be outside that 10-foot setback.
That's for front and side yards, right?
That's actually for all yards on the over 6 in the setback.
So, and you're not.
So it
people
cannot
doing it, They're
encroach.
just saying it has to go so far back from the property line.
Right.
Only you can do it.
Right. So retaining walls cannot encroach on the setback, no matter where they
Of a
are,
certain
right?
height.
Well, depends on how they're holding the, okay, you
What
can
they're
hold,
holding up.
you can hold your neighbor's property up and put a big wall that you're going to look at there, because you're gonna see that big concrete wall, and and you didn't destroy your neighbor's landscape.
Right.
But for you to fill your lot up and put a big concrete wall that holds your property up, that your neighbor looks at the concrete wall, that's the thought, I guess. I don't know. That's what it appears to be the thought, so.
It was for safety and.
Aesthetic.
I would say
Aesthetic,
safety aesthetics, but I'd also, I don't know.
but public utilities under there,
Runoff, public utilities,
yeah,
runoff,
water, things like that.
property, the other.
Yeah, and they do have to be engineered, and this wall's been engineered, so from that safety point of view, the wall would be fine. It has to be engineered and inspected, but then there's, other factors to weigh. So this is, I think this is a good way to try and explore and have the council look and see what they think about
Can you
retaining
explain
walls.
something to me? I know as we kind of drive around, you see like retaining walls from lot to lot. Who is responsible to retain the soil of? Like, I know when I drive up through Providence Hollow, there's lots of retaining walls from lot to lot. Are those shared retaining walls between property owners?
Not
Or
necessarily.
is it one property owner's responsibility to like keep their yard from sloughing off into their neighbors, or?
I don't know. We have that though. I'm trying to decide how we're going. keep the dirt up from the hill.
Is there? an
That
established
kind of goes into
responsibility?
legal responsibility that I don't want to really weigh in on. My personal,
I just didn't know if it was established.
I think kind of the person that causes the disruption, whether you're bringing in fill or whether you're cutting back a hillside, should probably mitigate the consequences of that. But I cannot tell you if they would win the battle between their neighbors. If they, I don't know, to tell you the truth, what the legal outlook is on who's responsible to retain what part of the property.
Well, if I dig a hole, if I dig away the hill, and then something happens that it destroys the neighbors because I dug away the hill, that would be my responsibility.
Very definitely, the building code has issues in there, the relationship of the depth to the height, the relationship of the setback and stuff like that. If you want to be different than that, the slope and whatnot, then you're required to retain it. If you leave it natural, and everyone leaves it natural, then probably there's no requirement to retain it. But it's just whoever wants to change it so it's different is the one that has to be responsible to retain it. And they have to be responsible within the code to retain it. And so anytime you're looking at a retaining wall 6 feet or taller, it's part of the structure. Has to be set in the building setback of the whatever you're building, the home, the business, whatever. You'll have to deal with that. So, yeah, that's the code.
Janelle, can I ask why your question and relevancy to this MOU? What are you hoping to get at here?
I'm just trying to understand like what's required and expected. Because I think maybe there's some ambiguity in understanding exactly
Who's responsible to retain?
who's responsible to retain the soil.
Do you feel that's relevant to this MOU though? Because I believe that's a good question. I just don't know if I see it as relevant to the MOU. That's what I'm asking, but I may not see it. So
Probably not, but I think it's something that we should look at.
Address.
and make
Okay,
sure
so I
it's-
agree. I just put that in the parking lot though. Put that in the parking lot. We figure that out.
To do homework on.
Yeah.
Well, I think it is relative to this one.
Okay.
You've been up and looked at the property.
Oh, many times.
They retain the soil so that they can build a driveway on top of it. To back their cars out of the garage and be able to drive out.
Well, they added soil.
Okay, whether they added or whatever, they had to retain it off of their neighbor's property. But that retaining wall, being the height that it was not located the way it properly should have been according to the ordinance.
Mhm.
And so therefore, therein lies the problem. Now,
Okay.
they've put a driveway on top of it. And so therefore, that's what they're trying to do, is retain a driveway at the same height that they're.
Yes. Okay. Thank
And
you.
keep their dirt up there. Now, if you walk over and look at it, you already see where there has been moisture running down over the edge and running out onto the neighbor's property to a degree.
Yeah.
And so you have to look at all those things, what factors, we're dealing with here.
I guess I just viewed, because I've been on the property and driven on it and navigated the driveway and tried to figure out neighbors. My perception is that the retaining wall is not necessarily there to retain soil, but is really just a very thick driveway to provide convenience for entering into the side of the home. That's the way I view it. I mean, it just looks like one big structure that is a driveway and is less about soil retention and is more about convenience for the property owner to be able to utilize their driveway and their garage efficiently. That's the way I view it. But because I've often viewed like a retaining wall, it feels like one structure. It feels like part of the house. The whole thing does. It doesn't feel like a retaining wall.
And if you feel that way, then the structure has to be set back 10 feet.
And no disagreement on that. No disagreement. I totally agree. The problem with this one is it doesn't feel like a retaining wall. It feels like it's part of the house. It feels like it's part of the structure. Yeah. Okay.
It is 10 feet over 6 feet high, and that's what it needs to be,
Okay.
set back.
Since we're talking about it right now, I'm just wondering what the safety issue is with that and the aesthetics and you talked about water runoff, the water, I guess you went over there and water is dripping off the edge.
Well, it's come, there's some rocks at the one edge and it's kind of run down and some a little bit out on the neighbor's grass, but it's kind of run down. There was a little bit run down the neighbor's grass, not a lot. And then it's run down the side of the wall. It's kind of eroding, but that can be corrected. I'm not necessarily calling it a safety issue.
Yeah, I'm just wondering what the safety
I'm-
issue is, if you've been there to look
For
at it.
me, the safety issue is, you could do miniature base jumping off the backside of it. You know, we've got a good drop off with the fence, and I worry about a car coming off and landing on another person's piece of property. Mainly one of my teenage drivers, but we'll keep them out of the driveway over there. But I see that as the safety issue, but that's
And
maybe
they
more of
could
a
all-
safety
yeah.
issue that's maybe more of a safety issue for the homeowner rather than the neighbor, in my opinion.
So,
And that really isn't the consideration here.
well, can I make, so that's really why the MOU is to give the homeowner time to present solutions or man, my brain just went blank. What is it you're supposed to do, Ryan? Use up all your,
Variance.
before you go to the next step, you have to exhaust your remedies. Yes, so that they can take the time to exhaust possible remedies. And maybe we do need to look at the ordinance again. Maybe it would qualify for variance, but we're not the body to decide whether it qualifies for variance or not. And if it does look like a good thing for a code amendment, that has to go through a process, and you will ultimately get it, but it's got to go through a different process. So really what you're kind of deciding is, are you willing to give them time to allow them to live in the house and give them time to go through those remedies and see what we can come up with by the end of the
Yeah.
90
I am
days?
totally in favor of that. I mean, the family's just going through.
Ryan, do you
hell,
feel
and it's
like-
a totally hard situation to be in. And I don't think I think it's a nice act of compassion. I'd love to see it resolved. I do think it needs to be resolved, but you're right, that's not my call. I personally feel like the family ought to have the time to go ahead and do it. And I think they're in a tough spot, and that it helps them figure out how to remedy it. I'm okay with that. But I also have spoken with the neighbors, and I view what has been done, to be frank, and stuff on the egregious side in terms of, violations that have been done, like in how it was done. And I really would encourage the homeowner to speak with the developer, the builder about that, because something went on there and I don't know that shouldn't have happened, and to talk with the neighbors, because, I think those are the parties that it has to be worked out with. And I hope within the 120 days, an agreeable solution can be worked out with those three parties.
And Jeff, you all may end up being part of that solution. I'm not saying that you won't be. I'm just saying that at this point in time, there's not enough documentation. They haven't been given the chance to go through some of the possible remedies. So we really can't give you great answers to make an ultimate decision. This is going to give us the homework time again.
The only issue that I see, I do not want Providence City to have to exercise any type of take out the bond and do something about it. I do not want that left in Providence City's hands. That is not what Providence City is about. And so if whatever the resolution comes up to be, Providence City is only the one that's going to approve the solution or allow the permanent occupancy and not take on the construction of it, or even contract the construction of it, or even go find a contractor to do it. I don't want that bond to come back on the city to have to do that.
I assume you are telling both the city
And the homeowner.
and the homeowner in very stern terms that that's what you want.
That's exactly what I want.
How was the bond amount chosen?
The bond is based on 125% of the proposed cost to take out the wall.
Take out.
Given to them
To
by
take
a
out
contractor?
and-
Just remove, not remove.
No, remove and
Oh, rebuild.
And move it in 7 feet, so it,
Oh,
so,
okay.
yeah.
Okay.
And 125%, that was the recommendation of our attorney.
What-
haven't driven that, well, that's not, it's the MOU.
So
we're
what we
voting
have
on.
to understand, what we want everyone to understand is that Providence City has codes. Those codes need to be followed. They were not followed. And this MOU is an attempt to be compassionate to the residents who are in this situation, however it came to be. And we're not here to affix blame today, but we want to be very clear as a city that this going outside of our codes and then expecting to be forgiven for doing something that was clearly against the code is a problem for us. So that's why we're giving a limited amount of time to have this fixed, but this MOU is a compassionate way to see if we can get this solved. And these timelines are fixed. There's no wiggle room in them. And so as we go through, and if this body approves those, then the wards need to understand that we're very serious about doing this, because we have codes for a reason. They're not just there if you want to follow them. They're there because you need to follow them. And whatever the reason they were put into place, that's the code that we have today. So there are a couple of other things that can be followed and checked out, but the bottom line is this needs to be solved. Now,
Well spoken.
we need to let the wards, if they want to say something, say something. We also need to, you're here to speak, right? Okay. Yes. Well, you decide what question you have and whether it's appropriate now.
It's mostly about timeline for Scarlett. If you have, we talked about the variant, and then the code amendment change is another choice in the MOU. I feel like when a variance goes into place, does that end up coming back to the council to be ratified, or is it effective immediately? And with a code change, it has to go through the planning commission and then come back to the council. Is 90 days functional with the process? Or
90 days is certainly functional with the process if we appoint an administrative hearing officer, because on the variance side. The code amendment, it will push it a little bit, because I don't know that we can hold the public hearings and everything in time to get it to your next meeting, which would be, well, that would only be 30 days. So we could, if all the stars lined up, I'm not guaranteeing, but if all the stars line up, we could maybe have a code amendment to you in 60 to 75 days, depending on, how it schedules and everything. So yes, 90 days is kind of tight, but it is not impossible by any means.
But 90 days is to remedy it. So if the code amendment isn't passed, right, then they would.
Then
they-
they get another
then they
30.
get 30 extra days.
Oh, yeah, 30 extra.
I just know when we did our code amendment on the multifamily, design standards, we started in June and we didn't adopt it till October, so it went back and forth a few times.
Well, not only that,
And the
this is
council.
built. Why would the code have effect on?
Their proposal in their code amendment, which you will get to weigh in on, is for it to be retroactive to walls. So basically, it will be a forgiveness.
But what about others that have had to do the same thing? I mean, we're opening up a bad can of worms here.
If we already kind of know how it would go, I mean, we still have to go through the process,
But
right?
it feels like, I mean, I have a hard time keeping myself from looking in the future, but I'm trying to kind of keep my blinders on here as I need to and say, I'm voting on an MOU to allow them time to work it out. And that's all I'm doing, is I'm saying, am I giving them time with the agreement? Now, if the agreement, okay, we can change the agreement later in the MOU. If we had to, we could go ahead and say, we could grant a 30-day extension. There's no reason we couldn't do that. We're making a decision. We're not condoning it. We're saying you've got a period of time to fix it. and explore that. And so in my mind, it's pretty, that's the key point of the decision, is not like how it might be.
Really? So is that your preference then to stick with it as written and then have extension asked for as needed?
I would, because I think 120 days is a reasonable period of time to do it. And something may happen, but I don't feel like 6 months would be good, because I feel like that doesn't provide enough incentive to go ahead and solve it. And I think they probably want to solve it. I mean, if my kids are living somewhere and I brought them home, I want to get it solved so my kids can stay there. I don't want to have to move them out. So I think they'll be highly motivated to do it. So.
So then my other question is about, I forgot it. I'll have to think about it. I have it.
You'll have a chance afterwards. Jot it down.
Myself, I don't believe that we ought to even consider a code amendment to be an action that could affect this property. I really would struggle being retroactive, backing up on our codes. Maybe if we want to go forward on it, but backing up on them, I really struggle with that. The other thing I worry about is extensions. We're into now the time of good construction. Spring's coming, summer's coming. As soon as you get into midsummer and late fall, people get busy, and there's not going to be time to get it done. I think the mayor said that there's a limited time frame here, and I think that's what it ought to be.
Well, that was the question. It wasn't the only question. It was my idea. That we add to the MOU that they have someone on the schedule. And I talked to them, they would be with me about that, but
Oh,
That
so
they-
it's contracted.
so that they have a contractor in place because of those construction delays, that if it comes to that they have that,
And they don't have to wait.
they're on someone's schedule.
I'm in favor of that.
So that-
Can certainly be added. It would certainly be wise for them to line that out if they have a tight time frame to do that. And they can, I mean, we can include it if you want to give wording, we'd make that modification.
The only thing I think we need to do is if we do that, I think there still needs to be a terminus, there needs to be, but no longer than X date, because what I don't want to do is we get someone on the schedule and that gets prolonged and prolonged and prolonged. Does that make sense? Because that could happen. Yeah, so there has to be a terminus at some point in time, but 120 days would be fine to say, in my opinion, to say, we have a contractor, we have, if that's the case, we have the method, we provide for the permit, whatever it is. But there's got to be a date on the other end where it's absolutely done.
I agree, 100%.
Well, that's in the contract. And if for some reason that's our fault for not being able to do it, then we can bring it back. But if it's other people not doing what they need to do, then I'm not inclined to push it back.
You like the 120?
Yeah, 120, we'll go with that.
And I'm new to this whole process on code amendment, and I understand code is law and law needs to be followed. I agree. I'm just curious about code amendment and how that happens, and do we ever amend code? Or is that just, we set it? I mean, the code was set, I don't know when this code was set, but I'm just wondering, I'm curious. It's there for life, do we not amend code ever?
Codes can be amended.
Right. I just-
Codes can always be amended. Even building codes are amended. I mean, there's codes that are amended all the
I
time.
mean, Janelle and I have been going through the code and talking about what can be deleted or what code do we need or don't we need, and so that's my question, what,
Code is adopted on the day that it's voted on, or it's adopted on a time frame set in the resolution. So it might say, this goes into effect on March 1st, or whatever. It has an effective date on it. It's either the date, is that right? Am I saying that right? It's
So
the
just
date
say
that
that-
it's signed.
say the code
Effective
never
date.
changes though, that's not
No,
accurate, right? Code can be amended and changed.
Yes.
Did I say?
Yeah.
No, I didn't.
So a process with this one to help answer that is they have already made the application for the code amendment. So that is in starting its process. So that would be the next step is the staff would evaluate and the attorney would weigh in, and we want to make sure that how it's proposed that we have good recommendation for the planning commission. So that if they need to change this word or that word to be inconsistent with it, because it's proposed outside, they may not use the same definitions. There might be other considerations. So we would look at that. So at this point, it's turned to the staff. We're evaluating. It'll next be turned to planning commission. They historically meet twice a month if they have enough on their plate. Lots of times they don't, but they have a schedule, so it could hit a schedule of that. And then, so when I talked to the wards, we were thinking, it might be back to the council in May, if possible, and in that kind of time frame. I think that's what we discussed in that range. But that could be, in June, that would still be within our kind of time frame there. If it gets bogged down, that it gets to be a planning commission wants to have a number of reiterations of it, it could bog in a process like that. But to your point, that's not, that it doesn't always have to, but when design standards, it came to the council, and what came is the council turned it back to planning commission to have them redo some research on it and to reevaluate certain ones. So that delayed it. But there is a process that then it ends up with the council. Council can say yes or no, or modify it on the spot. So at that point, that's kind of the process of it. We'll change code. We've talked about changing code. Recodifications take longer. That's the process we're in, and that's because we're opening more of the code. The more condensed of the application of code change, the less that's opened up to discuss and change. So I think that's the big goal. That helps.
Ryan, something I just want to point out, I don't know if everyone knows, the family is currently renting an Airbnb in Nibley. We all know what rental prices are and housing prices are right now. They have a perfectly good home that they can move into, maybe an unusable driveway, but certainly a perfectly good home, where they can move into, that they've wanted to have. All the MOU is doing is saying, let's get them out of that situation. They can be in their home. Let's freeze up the driveway. Let's go ahead and figure out how to solve that issue. There's no reason I don't think that this family can't be in their home. They may not have a driveway, in 3 months, but they can certainly, be in a home and work that out. And so in my mind, this is the right thing to do. And then everything else we can go ahead and we'll let them figure it out. And we'll try to make good decisions and help them.
This is a compassionate thing to do. This is not certainly something that we want to do for everyone that says, I'm going to go against code. And that's what you were alluding to, right?
It is, absolutely.
It does open up and make a precedent. But
It also makes a precedent that we're not okay with breaking the code. Like, they have to fix it. They have to put the money in
Right.
the bond, and so it also sets that, like, we're not just gonna turn a blind eye when someone decides not.
and the penalties are fairly stringent on this. As
Yeah,
well.
they're paying a big penalty, and hopefully their builder is too, because he should know better. He shouldn't have let them do it, no matter how bad they wanted to.
Okay, so I think I'm going to let the neighbors speak first, and wards, I'll give you the last word. So.
Hello there, I'm Samantha Sampson. I live in Providence. I am the board's neighbors. I do tend to have a tendency to speak fast. So if you cannot understand me or I do start speaking fast, feel free to interrupt me.
I'll hold up my finger.
Perfect. Yeah, and I'll try to slow down for you guys. Just put that out there. As I stand here to state my speech, I hope to realize that we somewhat empathize with our neighbors. We want to be able to solve this issue efficiently and quickly. However, we want this issue to be solved correctly. After all, we are violating a code, and that code is a part of law. And if we aren't being able to follow these laws, then what is the point of them? So I stand here to protest the illegal constructive practices that my neighbors have been practicing because of the violations that it's been doing and how it is affecting my family. The lack of information that was shared with my family prior to the construction, and finally the lack of enforcement that has been done currently. So the first thing I want to go over is the current violation and how that is affecting everything. As you know, the wall is over The wall is less than 10 feet distant to our property line, and we build that 6 feet wall. Not only that, but we also have current future plans to build a rock wall that goes down the side of that line, that goes down the sidelines that borders our property, and that's going to be an extension further. So it's not only the current violations, but also plans for future ones, which once again does that. And not only that, but I want to go over how this affects our family. Earlier, we have stated the issues that can come with these 10 foot, the aesthetics, the safety, as well as the runoff. The main thing I kind of want to point out is the water runoff. As you've seen before, there has been runoff that has going into our property. This can cause erosion, which can be a bad sign. Not only that, but during the wintertime, there was a lot of snow, and the neighbors were snow plowing their snow shoveling or snow plowing their driveway. As they were doing this, the snow was going directly into our yard. An issue that would not have happened as seriously or as quickly if they would have been 10 feet away from our property line. However, since that was not the case, the snow was shoveled into our yard, which once again can cause further issues. Not only that, but with the aesthetic issues, that is a giant concrete wall right against our property border, and that is something I have to see outside my bedroom window every day. Finally, with the safety, of course, I have a little niece, and I have future on the way, and I don't want to have to deal with that once again, as since a fellow council member has stated. That's maybe not even be for our family, but that once again, that giant platform right there could be a safety concern for future nieces. Finally, what I want to go over is the lack of enforcement. So in the code, the MOU, in section 1 towards the end, it stated that the wards agreed not to move into the home and property until the bond has been posted and the utilities have been activated. However, that may not necessarily be the case. We have seen that the wards have moved in. They've been shoveling their driveway, going through. And we've seen moving trucks going in, moving their furniture and moving their belongings into their house, despite the fact that there's not been the licensing there. Not only that, but we've also seen not only this instances, but previous instances of failure of enforcement. And as the mayor has previously said earlier, that these codes are meant to be followed. They're meant to be followed. And so I here stand before you as a citizen of Providence to hope that you enforce these codes, because if you don't enforce them, then they're merely just suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Adina, yeah, go ahead. Yeah, you may speak.
Steve Sampson, Providence. Always like to thank our Ridgeline High School for the debate. They asked her at 5 o'clock today, hey, what'd you say a word today?
She did very well. Thank you.
She talks a lot less to me. Would you say that they blatantly skipped the meetings that they'd set up with you, that wasted your time, wasting my time, not coming to the meetings that they'd scheduled to, or split this wall in the way they wanted to? Yeah, I'm concerned about the safety. Well,
Are you not concerned about the safety?
I am concerned about the
Oh,
safety.
you are?
Yes. And the Great Wall of China is right next to my house. For you guys to follow the rules. I just see this dragging out now from what you're talking about over the next 60, 90, 110 days. We'll just change it so they let them in the house and never get changed. So, that's my 2 cents. Thank you guys for your service.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, Adina.
Hello, I'm Idina Ward, hopefully future resident of Providence. And I apologize, I'm sure you've heard my baby all the time. We couldn't find a baby. We found a babysitter for over 2 months for her. So hi. Basically, to just kind of address some of the things that they brought up, we thought that we would be able to get occupancy with the retaining wall the way it was, because the house itself is safe and it's met all the things. It's just the retaining wall is the only issue. And so we had already contacted the moving company to move our things, and Ward to move everything with us to help us out there. So we did move our things in. We did sleep there for a few days, but then we were notified that that was definitely illegal. We did not realize that it was actually illegal, if that makes sense. Our contractor recommended that we still move in without restricted occupancy. So we relied on his professional recommendation, and so we did
move in without it. But then we were notified that that was bad when the city turned off our water. So we did leave at that point. We have been staying at an Airbnb. Our old house is under contract and was supposed to close yesterday, and now it's late till Friday. But so we're moving from High Park, so that house is closed. So we are not living there. And we did not skip any meetings that we had with the city. We were not notified about the meetings. We only knew about them because my husband was watching, just because he's now curious about the workings of the city. And that was a planning commission meeting that we did not attend. If we'd known, we would have been there for sure. And as far as the other things that he addressed, we would be happy to speak with him and try and mitigate that as much as possible. I mean, if it was a normal driveway without a retaining wall, he still gets some snow blowing on his property. So, you know, there's that to consider. But we definitely want it to be safe as well. We have young children, so we definitely want to make sure that the retaining wall. But this really is about the memorandum of understanding that we know that a very big error has been made, and we want to fix it. And so we are absolutely willing to do this bond for the amount that it would cost for us to do this. We absolutely intend, if we don't have any of the other remedies work, to go ahead and change the wall to make it within code. That is absolutely our intent. We want to make that clear. We just would like some time to do that so that we can actually be living, so we can be living in our home. I guess that's really all I have to say about it. But do you guys have any questions for me about the memorandum that I could answer or anything else?
I really empathize with how you feel, and it's okay.
Sorry, I was
It's okay
really
to feel that way. I would be feeling the same way. Just a point of clarification. You probably didn't come to the planning and zoning because your builder was the applicant for that code change.
Yes, and we did
So I
realize.
just want to make that clear. Your builder did not show up
Correct.
to the meeting.
Correct.
Okay.
It was not necessarily.
He should have been there. So, but I understand this plight.
What's your builder doing? He taking anything with this whole?
We are still,
Let's see.
we are still talking about this. We have not taken any action yet, but we want to resolve this before we.
Right.
One of the concerns is being able to accomplish what you want to do in the time period. And it would be interesting for us to know in issuing this MOU, what is in place, what's going to happen, is your builder on board? This is, because it's got to be resolved.
Yes, and we do have someone who, when you were talking about, I was like, yeah, we are set on the calendar with someone to do it if this doesn't happen. We do have that agreement.
And so, all right, nobody wants you to stay out of your house. I mean, you build a nice home, everybody wants you to be in your home. There were some errors made. And so, yes, we've got to resolve them. But yeah, like it's been iterated, we need to follow the code. And so I'm going to make one comment when we talk about code modifications that is concerning to me, having been a building official and a building inspector. That code goes beyond Providence City Code, because that code is structural code, which goes into the International Building Code, and it'll be under the IRC for retaining walls. And a retaining wall that's a structure has to be part of the setback. And so even though you may change it here, you won't get past the International Building Code in that period of time. I mean, there's no way they're going to change that. That's been through many, many code changes, but research it, make sure I'm telling you correct. But that's the way I understand and remember the code. Now, I've been out of it for a few years, but you need to look at the International Residential Code, or and the retaining walls might come under the IBC, the International Building Code. But you may change it, but you can be less restrictive, or excuse me, more restrictive, but you cannot be less restrictive. And at that time, a structure, retaining wall 6 feet high, was part of the structure and had to be, meet the setback. So you might consider changing it, but you better look at the, building code. Okay.
I also had a point of clarification. You guys were talking about how long we could have. So the contract currently says 90 days, and then if that doesn't work, 30 days to fix it. So you were talking about 120 days. I just want to make sure, is that the total, or is that 120 days to go through various remedies and then 30 days to fix it? I just want to clarify.
You have to be done.
As it's written, it's total.
Okay, just making sure. Okay, is there any other questions or comments?
So that 120, where it says time of essence, the parties also agree that there will not be an extension to the time period, so 120 is it, and we don't extend anything, because Josh mentioned
I don't
we can
know, yeah.
extend something. So I just want to point that out. If we get to 120 and something,
Maybe we can't change our MOU.
We can change an MOU, but that would indicate the intent is that we're not, they can't take advantage that believe that they would come back. It would be the council's decision. It's not a two-way.
Is this a
It's
contract?
not a two-way agreement, which is why we can go ahead and change.
That's why you asked.
We can change the terms.
It is a contract.
But it's a one-way. It's only signed by the boards, correct?
parties also agree that there will not be an extension to the time period to bring the property into compliance with city code. So if we're agreeing to this, there's no extension of time. The parties, that would be them and us.
Well, I'm gonna defer to Ryan on that, because
Okay.
my understanding
I
is
believe that there is no inherent benefit offered of any extension. There's no, it is clear that there is no guarantee for an extension or intent for an extension. An MOU can be added as an addendum to it to clarify a piece or not. So an addendum, it would require probably an addendum to clarify that.
So I would prefer to strike that language just to make it safe, because I've never, I mean, you know, I hate agreements where there's no opportunity, you know, where it doesn't make sense. The logic doesn't make sense, and you cannot go ahead and, you know, it's a no-go at that point in time. So I would prefer that language, the intent is, I prefer the language, that language be
We
struck.
can cross that out where it says,
What if we
No
strike the
extension.
second sentence to keep it first?
But
Right.
tell me, so to answer one, the signing of it is both, so that we sign it, the buy and it, the Providence side. The wards are signing on their side, but
Okay.
the buy
So
line of
the other
it
option-
is ours.
The other option is to add a line that say this agreement may be modified, this agreement may be modified by written consent of both parties. You know, that's also a way to go ahead and solve that. That puts us in the driver's seat, where both parties agree that this agreement should be modified, it should be in there. And I'm actually a little surprised that that's not in there. I feel like our attorney should have that. Okay.
Because you're talking about a situation that's gone on for a period of time when there's been blatant violations. And now I want to extend it in the MOU, but that needs a definitive time frame to get this thing resolved and be done with it, put it to bed. We're gonna get attorneys back involved, we're gonna get more money involved if we have to extend. This has come to this point. I think we need to leave it as it is and move forward, or else have it rewritten.
Okay,
I don't want to rewrite it here.
I understand your position. If that's the case, I just want to make sure, then if the remedies are not taken by the time period, I just want to make sure we're okay with it. The city is going to take $22,000 times 1.25%, whatever, you know, 125%.
28.
And we're going, what was it? 28,000, and we are actually going to, well, I mean, my understanding is we're going to go ahead and hire the contractor to do it.
With the 28,000.
I just want to make sure we're comfortable with that, because that
They don't have
feels
a job.
really.
But we want to make sure that that's not the case. That's the,
Right, so I'm just
That's
saying, if we
the
issue
issue.
120, is there any option to say, okay, you need?
There is.
You've got- you've
every
got
contract
30
has
days.
options.
Yeah.
Every contract has options.
Built into this thing, there's an eviction. They will vacate the property. Right on D, it says, the occupant, if says on D2, the wards and any other occupant of the home of the property shall vacate the property. That's the penalty.
Yeah.
And So therefore, it's clear cut. It doesn't say we're gonna take the bond and go out and do the work for them or hire it done. We're not that type of entity. They're gonna vacate the home and have to start figuring something else out.
Okay. I get it. What happens with the bond money though?
At that point,
Build into it.
number four says that we could enter down here, if they default, that they may, to abate the compliance. That gives us the ability, so that if they don't, they have to move out. We turn off the water and they have to evict the house. And then we have the option to do that. Clearly, we don't want to take that option. Option to take out the wall.
Okay, we have.
But we have
We
the
also
option.
have the option.
So it's we may do that. That gives us another hammer. Obviously, we don't want that hammer. We don't want to have a shall, because we want the option. And the option is always better for them to do it than us. But if they willfully ignore that, there is penalty, and severe enough.
And to answer your question about specifically the bond is then it's in number 4. The bond is forfeited to the city to set up mitigation.
You're sounds like you're comfortable with the MOU and the timeline.
Because we intend to fully do everything we can, and then we will tear down the wall.
You feel good about it?
I would like 120 days instead of 90, but if you're willing to go with 90, we'll take it.
Well,
Another point.
it's serious not to follow our code, yet particularly in such an egregious way. So you get that. So we don't want to beat you up. We really don't. But we want everybody to know that we're not trying to be the bad guy. We just have to hold to our code. So having said that, if you're done, you can go ahead and sit down.
Thank you.
I think we should make a motion.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
So I'll make a motion that we move forward past that item number 7, memorandum of understanding for parcel 030760016.
Okay, so I have a motion on the table to accept the MOU.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, second by Josh. Any further discussion?
So there's no modifications to
No.
the MOU.
Not in the current motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion passes 100%. Okay,
We take the 5 minutes.
let's take a 5-minute break then.
Do we need to prioritize the rest of the agenda?
Hopefully if it looks like it's gonna go long again, we'll let's try to get through it. Thank you.
Thanks.
Number 5. As far as
We can move you up.
But if we're talking about ones, I think number 4, we need to have that done.
Yes,
We don't want to wait. I think we push that one to the next,
yes,
because we've agreed that we would do that.
tonight.
With the MOU we just passed, we need to have that next.
We will.
So, okay.
Yeah, maybe we can do it all.
I think
I think we can do that.
I think item 2 and 3 should be quick. I said, I think item 2 and 3 should be quick. But 4 needs to pass. Or we need to have something.
We will.
Okay.
I'm on it. I'm on it.
And 6 has been withdrawn, so we're not,
So 4,
we don't
5,
need to worry about 6.
8 got to be done tonight. Everyone gets these.
Yes, 8 needs to be done tonight.
They modify those.
One or two.
Whatever the setback implies to the structure.
I was just saying, I was just checking the doctor running around that block.
So, but the IRC, okay.
That's just, private resident. I think there's a thing under, now for me, just so that, I know what's going on. I've had my piece of time too.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Oh, yeah.
How old is she? I said, I would have guessed a year and a half to 2 maybe.
Yep.
I just.
I'm fine.
So anyway.
I don't
And I guess I don't really either, but
structure.
without thinking about it.
Nobody else is here.
No.
Really? Okay, it's been 5 minutes.
I don't know.
Maybe the IRC could.
Well,
Maybe I don't. It's gonna be retroactive. I mean, it's already.
I didn't know the first one.
You really knew this one.
I would. I do.
No, I'm not. I left my 11-year-old in charge of that. You feel better then?
Good to see you again.
We'll come by tomorrow to give you a check.
My energy, yeah, about how quick do you think we can get everything done?
You think we can,
Our Airbnb reservation ends tomorrow. We just want to.
you need to know how long we need to extend that demand.
I will be in the morning and, but they can take the check. We will let them know downstairs how much the check, and we can let them know. I think you also have to make application for a account, for a water account and place down the deposits.
Oh, okay.
So anyway.
I think we did that. Did we do that?
Just sign up for the.
Just normal utilities stuff?
Utilities, sign up for utilities.
Okay.
So,
Oh, my gosh.
my understanding that hasn't been taken care of.
Oh,
If I'm wrong,
That's fine. No, we can
yeah,
do it.
no, we can do that. Absolutely.
okay, so anyway, make sure that one
Okay.
and bring the check. So
How long does it take to get the water on then?
Does it happen tomorrow?
possibly, might take 24 hours. Probably.
Sorry, Mayor.
I would extend one more day, give us another day, and so we can get this. So I'm trying to get it before the weekend. That's what I'm trying to ask. Give me time.
We won't,
So
we won't live there. We won't even try to live until at least
No.
No.
We'll check if the water's on. Friday.
We just pick up our kids from the bus. We do there.
Okay, anyway, so give us time to get through that, so,
All right.
okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
Anyway, that's the one one. It was a great party. She's girl and now she's 16, and so I have to see her all day. I don't have to drive her anywhere. But I would have spent a solid hour with her today when she's not at 16. Driving her all over. Anyway, I'm glad my husband showed up when he did. I don't carry anything. I don't carry extras. I don't carry cash. And it gets me in trouble with people.
All right,
It's
okay.
if I try to do it at the store, so I only take cash. I'm like, Winco.
They don't take credit cards?
No credit card. So they take debit. They take the debit.
Yeah,
They take debit.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that.
Yeah, but it's a little difficult. Well, all you carry is credit card.
So I would remind you, we still are live on YouTube. We don't stop the, a little bit break, we don't pause.
And they pass that on to the.
Okay, we need that to spread.
Bottom
You are
line,
recorded, everything you said.
net profit in a grocery store is very
It's
small,
very.
very small.
I mean, that actually bothers me.
Bottom line.
Do you know how to turn up?
For about 3 degrees.
Oh,
I don't know,
yeah.
but it's back to being cold.
There again, it's just passing along, you know, and the way the price is. Well,
Because they were told that they
price
had.
used to be here, they just part up in just the last month and a half. I got a brother-in-law that drives a truck. He said, the price to refuel his truck, $200 a year. It's $200 more now to fill up his truck with diesel than it was. Who's gonna pay for that?
Okay,
We are.
we need to get back in the session here. We have one item that needs to be taken care of. We've committed to take care of it, so I'm gonna go to item number 4. It's the administrative appeal hearing officer. Ryan and I, today had a meeting with Seth Tate, who is with Olson and Hogan. And Seth is the city attorney for a number of cities here in Cache County, and he is the administrative appeal hearing officer for Nibley city. And he offered to be our administrative appeal hearing officer going forward. There's a picture of him on the monitors. He is,
Who he is.
he's has a great background in this particular field, and he would be a great addition to our staff, give us some consistency in our appeals and come to it. We did have a citizen board before, and we appreciate the work that they did, but we feel like going to someone who has a background in law and a background in this area would be more advantageous for us. So I will entertain a motion to,
Just 2 things before you do.
okay,
One, it would be his firm, so that if there was a conflict from him, it could go to another person in his firm. So the motion would be a firm.
right, and if,
Which is Olson and Hogan LLC.
right,
Is also an organization.
and if their firm has a conflict with a particular item that we have come up, then they would refer it out. And so we're going to interview another couple of individuals and see if they would be willing to be on standby if that was the case.
So would we have choice over that, or would it, so if we have backups, will they be specified?
If,
Right.
We will bring those to the table.
Because also, I mean, they're a big firm, they
They are,
have a lot of conflicts, you know, they don't need to,
Right.
they do.
right.
So,
if it's outside of Olson and Hogan, then we would have an approval of the next one on the list. If it's within their firm, then they would have that discretion. And one other clarification is that this is for both appeal and variance. We have those different in the code, but one officer could do both. So just to make sure that clarification's
which gives us flexibility to do things more quickly. We had like a 3-month lapse. It was the last variance that we had. And it cost somebody a lot of money because we drug our feet.
I like this, and they're really qualified.
Right,
This is
very
the right way to do
qualified.
it.
Yes. So I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion that we accept Olson and Hogan firm as an appeals hearing,
Appeal hearing officer.
would it be officer or
It's an
whatever?
administrative appeal hearing.
Administrative appeal hearing firm.
Well, the term in our code is officer, so they would fill that role of the officer.
Administrative appeal hearing officer for Providence City.
Okay. Motion by Brett Steph, second by Janelle Seeley. Comments? Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay. We have, the motion passes. So Dave Beckett has asked if we could pull his item forward. So this is resolution 02 dash, no. It is ordinance. It will review, discuss, and may take action on an ordinance amending PCC 10-13-9 building setbacks. Providence City resident applied to amend PCC 10-13 regarding setback requirements. Planning Commission recommended that resident application be denied and motion to council to instead amend PCC 10-13-9 as set forth in proposed ordinance 02-2022. So Scarlett, is this yours?
We've been working with Dave and his schedule for quite some time to finally get him out of it. And we're glad that we've got it taken care of. When we started this process, we had a different building. We had different setbacks. And then we were in the process of looking at those setbacks. And Mr. Beckett knew that. And he was also in the process of building a detached garage. And he built that garage. It definitely meets the setbacks for a detached garage. In fact, he's further away than he needs to be. So he's definitely, his detached garage is not the question. It's very much legal. What he wanted to do is take a portion of that garage and turn it into an accessory dwelling unit. And therein lies the problem, because during that, Josh will remember, and Kathleen, I think, was part of that as planning commission, it took us quite a minute in order to settle on what kind of setbacks we would have for accessory dwelling units. And the planning commission and then ultimately the council decided that accessory dwelling units should have the same setbacks as the primary structure, other than they need to be behind the primary structure and they need to have a 15-foot separation. And so that caused Mr. Beckett some grief, because the primary structure, at that point in time, primary structure needed 20 feet, a combined total of 50, neither yard could be less than 20. And so it had to have at least 20 feet, maybe even 30, depending on how it was set on the property. So we were going through all of that. So then once that was over and he realized that that wasn't going to work, our next step was to come back and try and change the code. As we worked through it with the planning commission, so my staff report that is in this, it reviews Mr. Beckett's request. As we work through this with the planning commission, Commissioner Joe Chambers went back and read the code and with fine tooth comb. And he said, this says existing buildings. Now, Mr. Beckett's building was not existing during that time frame. It was being built. But anyway, so then it fell under the existing building clause, because when we did our code, we didn't put existing buildings as such. So it just says existing buildings. It is an existing building. And so then the way the code is currently written for an accessory dwelling unit, an existing building can be converted to, or a portion of, can be converted to an accessory dwelling unit by going through the conditional use process. They added a little bit of a step to it. We have to notify the neighbors and hold a public hearing. But it's not, we don't have to advertise it the same as the state code public hearing, because those are for changing ordinances. We're not, a conditional use isn't changing the ordinance. So we did, Diane and I worked with Ty, and we did send out the notices to the neighbors, and we will be holding that public hearing on the 30th. So we're going through that process, but that's why it kind of got caught in the middle. I think the Planning Commission felt like that the accessory dwelling unit should remain with the current setbacks the way it is. That's why they recommended denying. But then they also felt like, in order to make sure that we don't have a case where someone builds a building, utilizes the space in their yard that they can, and then come back to us a year later and say, I have an existing building I want to convert. And so that's why they are recommending that we do amend a portion of the code. We amend Providence City Code 10-13-9 to say new ADUs are subject to the same ordinances that apply to the principal dwelling unit as far as zoning and setbacks. Existing structures as of, and this is the new part, existing structures as of February 23rd, 2022, or you could pick whatever date you wanted, but that's the date they went off of, because that was the date of their meeting, that do not meet setback requirements may be approved on a conditional basis. Adjacent property owners will be notified. A public hearing will be held before the Administrative Land Use Authority. That body is Max Pierce, myself, and Rob Zegley, which will either approve or deny the conditional use in accordance with the conditional use process. So that is the code amendment that the Planning Commission is recommending. As a council, you don't have to agree with their code amendment. You can do your own. You can go back and revisit what Mr. Beckett suggested as well. But that's why the difference in the staff report and the ordinance is, because Planning Commission recommended denying his request, but modifying it to add February 23rd, 2022, and then in the last line, in accordance with the conditional use process.
So with that date, with Mr. Beckett's,
Yes, because his
they
structure was
would
existing.
be eligible,
Mhm.
but you'd just be getting in right there, and then the future one would,
He's the last one in,
he's the last
and
one.
the loophole gets closed
Well,
behind him.
actually, I won't say he's the last one. Anybody that has built an accessory dwelling unit that is compliant, or not accessory dwelling unit, anybody that has built a detached building that is compliant with the current code, not the accessory dwelling code,
Right.
for the detached building, anybody that's got one of those right now could come in because their structure was existing before February 23rd. So there are some out there that could come in and get those. Maybe we would have to look at that and make sure that we can do it. Thing of it is, a conditional use is a permitted use with conditions. And that's really important to remember. It's not, if the conditions absolutely positively can't be mitigated, then the Administrative Land Use Authority can deny the conditional use. but it's pretty hard to find something that can't be mitigated. And the thing that you have to remember is that it doesn't, so let's say it was a noise problem. If we said, no, you can't, you're always going to have a motor running, or you're always going to have something running that creates a noise. Pickleball court. You're going to always have something that's
But
creating
they
a
can be
noise.
mitigated.
Pickleball court can. We can do some things to reduce the volume of the noise, but we can't tell them that they can't have any noise, because you can have noise at a regular house. So you can't do away totally with the problem, but you can take steps to mitigate it. So when we put stuff as conditional use, it's permitted. It's just that we get the opportunity to add some extra conditions if there happens to be a negative impact. So that's the difference between the two ordinances.
Any questions from anyone? Okay, Dave, would you like to speak?
Sure. Dave Beckett, and actually thanks for being as patient as you are with my travel schedule and so forth. So it's been a long road, getting the building built. At the time I was actually planning it, they were waffling on the setbacks at that time. And so I thought, well, I'll position it where I think they said they were going to put it. And they'd originally told me it was going to be 10 feet as far as the rear setback. And so I put it between 12 and 14. And then when it finally jailed, it became 15. And so the building's up, I built an office in it. And so I'd like to convert it to an ADU and be compliant. But when I was looking at all of the city codes, I'll tell you that, and I have a technical background, and so I understand things at a different level. But I saw a lot of irregularities in the city code, so that's why I actually went in and filed for the code amendment to get some consistency here. Because I see, like, okay, you have a detached building, that's 5. If you if you have a multifamily unit, it's 10, and then other uses is 15. And how I was reading it, it's like, well, I could probably comply. But then, in talking to Scarlett, she's like, no, this is how we interpret it, which is fine. But that's just sort of the background of that. And so, having been in discussions with Scarlett, I've since applied for the conditional use permit as well. And so that's in process now. Hopefully we can get that resolved without too much difficulty. As far as the building has already been through Cache County and been approved.
So you're compliant.
I'm fully compliant on everything. As far as electrical, sewer, plumbing, whatever. And I actually go above and beyond what they require when I do things, just because I can't help myself. But that's a different story.
What kind of buildings do you want in front?
That's right. Yeah. Well, versus the baling wire ones I see occasionally. But that's a different story. Any questions for me?
So you're getting a conditional use permit?
I have applied for
You
one.
applied for that. I was just curious what would be the conditions, or what have they talked to you about being the conditions you would need so that you would?
Just complying with for a residential structure. So there's certain conditions you have to apply there as far as building codes. I actually built it so it was compliant. So because here I was going to use it as an office, and I thought, oh, now I can potentially use it as an ADU, but then the whole setback thing set me back, unintended.
And Scarlett talked about putting conditions on things like this in this process, right? So what would be the conditions that the city puts on Dave if he's going through that process? I was just curious if you know. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's sort of like number of parking spaces and off-street parking. I think that's one of them.
Little,
We
yeah,
can.
probably not a big deal. Yeah. And this amendment is only for what was highlighted.
That was for the.
Not amending setbacks or anything.
Well, I had to originally put in a code amendment to say, let's get some clarity in the code.
They didn't have that,
So I'm not confused when I read it.
right?
And I think part of my confusion is I don't fully understand the city language.
Do you still agree that we could amend this code so that other people wouldn't be confused?
Correct. And what I was actually proposing that for the larger lots, that setback be changed to like 10 feet, because the concern was obviously space between neighbors, having ability to get a fire truck in there if you needed to. And they brought up some other concerns I hadn't thought of.
Okay.
But I was thinking for the larger lots, which mine's a half acre, and I know they have acre lots, that maybe it makes sense to have it at 10 feet. And that would actually comply with some of the other codes that are out there as I researched it. So that's the idea.
Scarlett, in terms of voting though, we're voting on the planning commission's decision,
Commissioner
correct?
recommendations
Which,
were-
excuse me.
Drafted the ordinance based on.
Yeah, their recommendation, which was to deny the application request and adjust the code to put a date on existing structures. So if we vote in favor, that's what we're voting in favor of. And if we vote in favor, Dave would qualify with conditions because he had an existing structure.
Yeah.
But, okay, it's, all right. That's
Prior to February 20th.
prior, as it reads, that's the case. It's prior to February. Okay.
Okay,
I can make a motion if that's okay.
and thank you, Dave. Okay,
I'd like to move that we approve item number 6, ordinance 03-2022, excuse me, wrong one. Item number 5, ordinance 02-2022, amending PCC 1039 building setback. So recommendation, a motion to approve.
okay. So we have a motion to approve. We have a second? Second? Great. Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. I've been checking these off.
Number 2 would be the next one in order. If you,
Okay, number 2. Let's go back to number 2. Okay.
I'll talk quickly on that one. Number 2 is the same contract we've had, in the same pricing we've had for approximately the last 10 years. So this is a continuation of our agreement to continue with Cache County to provide animal control services to the city at no increase in the cost, and we're happy to, I firmly recommend that we continue. It's a good deal for us, and they've done a good job.
Okay, questions? I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion that we approve item number 2, resolution 003-2022, the animal control agreement.
Okay, we have a motion on the table. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, second by Janelle. Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Nay.
So motion carried. Investment policy, Ryan, this is yours.
Yes. So this policy would allow us, as the city manager and treasurer, to be able to invest funds into more than simply the PTIF. The PTIF gets around it's under 0.5% annual yield right now, and we could get interest rates at 1.5% if we purchased a 2-year treasury bond. So this allows us the ability to invest some of that funds. Like we talked with the water fund, if we have projects, but we may not get to them for 2 years, we may put that into a treasury note and be able to get the higher return on that. So anyway, that is what we have. I would note a couple of things on this one. I did have a member of the public make a recommendation on a change. Don Calderwood made a recommendation that, pull it up, that clarification be made to 3.2. 3.2 is if something comes out of compliance in the investment. So the Utah Money Management Act, which is you can't invest into something that the state doesn't allow you to. In his reading, he didn't. I think he didn't feel like it was clear. So he would make the suggestion that in 3.2 it start with the city manager or treasurer is not authorized to originate an investment outside of the Utah Money Management guidelines. However, prior to investment, and then just prior to the investments. He would add that. At this point, it's up to you whether you add or not. I would just indicate that that's the information received from the public, but it's state law that you can't originate it. So whether you add it or not, it's not allowed. I would add whether it's important or not, but while your city manager and treasurer are not required to have particular investment licenses, and while none of you were on the hiring committee for me, it may be interesting for you to note that I hold an investment license. Oh, you were, yes. It might be interesting for you to know that I hold an investment license and have an investment advisor license, a Series 65 license to advise investment. So I'd let you know that we would have an advisor take that role, but I do have a license.
And a pilot license. What other license?
I have a CPA license as well, and a pilot's license. I have a driver's license too, but I don't think you care.
Oh, yeah, we do.
We're glad.
So anyway, whether you add that or not, he said, it's really kind of up to you guys, but that was his recommendation. So yes, it is. We'll pull it up.
3.2.
It's 3.2. I'm going to pull that over here, and it is. So it's not misunderstood. Perhaps the first sentence could say, the city manager or treasurer is not authorized to originate an investment outside the Utah Money Management Act guidelines.
And that would replace investments that fall out of compliance.
And then that would be prior to investments that fall out of compliance. So that would be added in front of that.
It's its own little sentence
On those minutes.
that starts the paragraph.
Kind of redundant, but I would feel like there's more clarity. I mean, I don't.
It does
And we want-
It doesn't change the intent at all.
We
Doesn't change
want
the
the
intent, so-
public to feel heard. We want people who are doing their homework. Although I'm not into adding extra words.
I have no problem with the extra words in it. So,
Okay, so whoever makes the
can't do it
motion,
anyway, so it doesn't really matter. But
we need to add
so,
that. Okay.
any other questions about it?
We're just taking our money from the general fund, investing it, or
Probably an enterprise fund.
So it's a good question. We have in our PTIF, we have a pooled account of cash. So our funds, our cash fund is pooled at the PTIF into one bank account, although public treasurer investment funds. Sorry, it's a good.
this is all the money from fees and general fund and
Yeah, we have.
everything.
Yeah, our restricted cash or not. So they have their own accounts for restricted cash. But we have a pooled account. I looked up the total today. Just find that here. In that, this is by fund. So I don't have the pooled account because I have a based on fund. But but including restricted funds, we're at 24 million. We have 7 million in the fiber as a restricted amount. So we're 10 to 15 million in unrestricted funds right now, which is probably fairly substantial. And to be able to get a return that is 3 times the amount can be substantial. Not that we would take all of it there, but that gives us an option.
So 15 is unrestricted that you would be investing.
We would,
Not all 15.
Yeah.
But
we may take 5. 5 is probably a start.
because how risky is all this investment?
So treasury notes are backed by the full faith of the United States government. So I don't know how trustworthy they are, but
This is why the state regulates what those funds are.
Absolutely.
The state says this is the amount of risk that we're gonna allow municipalities.
Yeah, 3.1, they're very specific, very low risk.
very low.
We've been
and very-
accused of
and very
holding,
short maturity.
holding on to too much money. How do we respond to that?
Well, that's a great question, and I would look at the water fund. We evaluate based on the needs and the plan of those upcoming projects, and that is something we have that can look for how much do we need to instead of going into debt that we can use so that we have enough to fund our upcoming projects, and that's where we look at. That's why master plans that have a priority list are important, because they give us that time horizon of when we'll need cash and how quickly and how much. And so each fund works independent. So that's why I pulled it by fund. If we come to the water fund, so the water fund has 6 million in it, and you figure the capital projects over the next 10 years, we've already built our tank, so at that point that's outside of that. But over the next 10 years, we would have sufficient to be able to build our projects. That's why we reduce our rate. On that note, we have under 400,000 in our stormwater so it hasn't built nearly the ability to do much projects. We have a little to do some, but not a major project. And so that's where because we're breaking it apart by fund and having our master plans, we are able to fund those projects through cash, through savings, rather than through bonds and loans. That's how I would say it. I'll answer the question. Oh, yes.
Yeah, in a vague kind of way,
Okay.
but,
And your
Yeah.
voice is getting squeakier and
so
squeakier.
Right.
it's good, it's good. I'll take
I'm
it.
hoping to hold 10 o'clock.
Yeah, we're
Okay.
turning into a
Okay.
pumpkin.
Just make sure I understand. So we take the people's money, we invest part of it to make more money off of it to fund our future projects.
Well, we invested,
To have money on
we
hand.
invested so that
Interest
instead of,
for their-
we'll use the interest to their benefit. It'll go back to that fund. That interest will go back to that fund. So the water fund, any interest we get
Right,
will go
right,
back
yeah.
to there. Yeah. And we're holding that money for the preparation of the projects, and we're going to work on it. But it may take us a couple of years to design, to get ready. There's some things that we can't do every project. We can't do all the projects all ready.
So, if it's still true, and I don't know, it's been a while since it's been involved, but, enterprise funds, there's really no, you can work as back and forth with enterprise funds. There's no amount you have to spend out of it or anything like that. It's your discretion as a city to use on projects. But the general fund, that has a condition on it. You have to use a certain amount, but you have to save a certain amount. But that's pretty well controlled in your audit, and make sure you're doing what you're supposed to be doing. with it.
The general fund is, and the capital projects fund is, we would have to set money aside in the capital projects fund. for things that are, but we can only keep a certain amount in the general fund.
Okay. There are no more questions. I'll entertain a motion to approve.
Sorry, I'm new. Forgive me.
okay.
Ask more questions.
We were all
No, no,
new.
question.
We all went through the fees and taxes. I did the whole thing.
No, I mean, we collect fees, we just increased our whole fee schedule, and we increased a whole bunch of them so that we could cover our costs and our costs for future projects. But with all that money we collect, we want to capitalize on that and just maybe invest more of that money that we take and make a little bit more money to cover our projects. Just want to make sure I'm.
So let's take, for instance, the stormwater. So stormwater, say our next project is $1.5 million. Maybe it's $2 million because we need to put in the stormwater on First East, and it's going to take.
We're charging fees.
So we're
cover
going to
that
charge
cost.
that. Right? We're going to build up a fund. At this point, we have less than 400. So instead of bonding, we could go out and borrow and have the fees pay borrowed money back. Or we can set those fees aside and build up a bit of a reserve, so that we reserve that before, and then when we have the $1.5 million, $2 million it's going to take to that project, we could build that. But we have a time between now, maybe it's going to take us 3 years before we're ready to do that project. So we could set that cash aside, have it in a higher yield spot, but we're not ready to use it yet because we still need either more money, or we need to get to the point that maybe there are things we need to do before we get there. Maybe we need to acquire right of way, and maybe it'll take 2 years to acquire all the right of way we need. And so we set the money aside as we're building up some money, and while we're acquiring this right of way and getting the engineering and all of that, we have this money saved. It'd be there anyway because we're gonna try to reduce debt and keep out of that. And so at that point, it's there, and it's whether we invest in the assets picked by the state treasurer in the public treasury investment fund, or we have somebody like Zions Bank or somebody otherwise chosen by the manager and treasurer, but Zions Bank specifically listed as an option. Then we take that and we invest that until we're ready. Help?
Yeah, you were talking about water money.
I was talking
Is that-
stormwater, but yeah, because that's one of the rates
Water's unrestricted with investment.
all of them would be restricted by the same. We can't do it any more aggressively invested than is outlined in this Utah Money Management Guidelines. So we can't invest it into anything.
Well, are enterprise funds restricted? Is that the question?
Right, yeah, I was just saying, you said we had 15
Oh.
million that was unrestricted. Is water part of that 15?
Oh,
Where's water as
sorry,
separate?
the different restriction isn't based on fund, it's based on its use. So like instance, we have a loan that we've borrowed, but it's in an escrow account. So it's restricted on its use, and we don't have full unfettered access to that bond money from the bond for the fine.
Right.
So it's restricted. We couldn't invest that money. We wouldn't have access to do that.
Impact fees are another one. right?
Impact fees, yes, they're another restricted account.
Is water. So the money we get from water, is that
Water impact fee, yes. Water rates, no.
water rates is unrestricted?
Well, other than the water rates we increased today, we made a condition for them, at least.
They had to be tracked and.
Well, no,
monitored.
we also made that motion as policy restriction that the increased money that would be received from those rates would be used for
Oh, yeah, yeah,
conservation.
right.
So that's what I'm saying, is
Yeah.
they may not be in a restricted fund, but we made a policy restriction today with that.
You're correct.
And the other reason I don't started kind of wondering about the collection of money, but I view it very much like this. We collect money a little bit at a time, kind of like I take my change at home when I used to have change and put it in the drawer and it slowly builds up. And we do that. So what we don't have to do is every other year, we're like, oh, guess what? No taxes this year, guys. We have no projects. And next year we come and we say, guess what? We're like, no, we have a $3 million sewer system to build, you know, and this
30
is,
million. 30 million.
or 30 million, excuse me, 30 million, and everybody freaks out because there's nothing for it. So I mean, I think it's responsible planning to say, we take this, we establish our projects, we slowly do it, and we always have money to execute those. We always have those execute when we need the projects. And there are limits to those reserves as well in terms of how much you can have in unrestricted reserves, right, Brian? I think that the state says you can only have so much money in unrestricted reserve before it has to go to something else. Is that correct?
On the general fund,
On
that's
the general
true.
fund, yes. So I think the state has good rules in terms of how to build those and allocate those funds.
And when we build more than we need, and we're starting to see that account grow up more often, we do like what we did with the water fund, and we cut the rate back.
Brian, can the one fund borrow from another fund? I've seen that happen in Logan City. I didn't know if that was, say the stormwater had an incident where we needed, as we did on Center Street.
Yes. Yes, if it's a transfer like Logan does, then it is a public hearing and there's rules and requirements. Because we have the accounts pooled, we wouldn't necessarily, it kind of borrows, but it would be best practice that we not have a fund go negative in its balance sheet. A transactional or a temporary item, but we would need to correct that. And there are rules that we would need to follow, would force us to correct that. If our general fund went negative, we would be required to push a property tax or something like that. I mean, we can't keep a negative balance in a fund.
Okay. Further questions? I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion that we approve resolution 004-2022 investment policy statement. And I would like to include the sentence provided by Don Calderwood for item 3.22. Don't know if I can reiterate it, but I would like to include that in that.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion on the table. A second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion carried. Ryan? 100 South.
We have got to the point that we've got to bid out. We bid our project. We got our grant. We got our right of way. We got Holman's right of way. We've got the Petersons. We've talked to the Berries. This thing's ready to go, and we got a contractor on board. So we're here, and I just need you to approve the bid. That so we had two bids. They were really, really close. We have Staker Parson at $1,087,000.
So close.
$3,000.
Yeah, and LeGrand Johnson at $1,084,000. We're within $3,000. We think that both of those are good quality contractors, but we would generally always lowest bid, and we're making that recommendation that you awarded a little bit.
Just one quick question, just because this first South thing started, years ago, when I was wondering about, and we speculated how much this would totally cost. I realized we got a grant. How much is this, what do you estimate this is with construction, all the right of way we've purchased and everything else? How much do we have with this?
I would add another 200,000 for a right of way, I guess.
$1.3 million.
Pretty close.
Yeah.
You and the jelly beans.
And with the jelly beans, paying already.
If only we had some.
Only had.
So Anyway, keep in mind, this does include a parking lot, for the park. So that is also included with this.
Oh, really? I don't get the jelly beans. I wonder what the jelly beans.
So anyway, just so you know, there is one other piece, just a little bonus. So
Okay,
there you go.
so I'll entertain a motion to accept.
I will make a motion to accept LeGrand Johnson's bid for item number 8, 100 South Road construction.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Second. Okay, further discussion? All in favor?
I,
Aye.
100% aye.
When do they start?
Oh, at least you notice to let them know that they got it, look at the contract, they'll issue notice to proceed. It's probably out at least 30 days. So I would say at least 30 days before they can start. But
Okay. Okay, can we have 1 minute staff reports?
Rob, you get 15 seconds.
He went pretty fast.
Now we're just gearing up for spring, so there's really the whole department is just doing routine maintenance stuff. We cut and dry it. We put right down to it. It's got a break from projects until they start. So we're getting all our preventative maintenance stuff going, like street sweeping, water line flushing, and things like that.
What can we do to help? Is there something, I know the water company that I've talked to thought that it would be helpful to have people really get the leaves out of the gutters and different things like that.
That's always helpful when you start gearing up for
Advertise that in
spring.
the
Cleaning
newsletter.
leaves out of gutters and ditches is very important. The ditch companies both have historically done a lot of help with us. We come right down to getting the gutters and ditches clean because we're shared stormwater and irrigation and that season's right around the corner as well. First north, there's a few in particular ones that get hit real hard in the spring. They stir a lot of emotions from time to time because we go door to door. And I hope I remember all the doors that I want to knock on this year before we push a lot of leaves down the ditches. So
Is there any particular areas that you know of that we can kind of advertise to the public if they're looking for a service opportunity to go take their truck on a Saturday and do something else?
First North is a historical hard spot because that's kind of the end of the Blacksmith Fork lateral. And so from about 150-ish east to Second West on the north side of that road, that ditch has a lot of sycamore leaves. And between the homeowners and the city workers and ditch company, water masters, everybody spends time trying to get that ditch so that it functions without flooding issues.
Next year, we probably need to be more on top of this because we could have put it in the newsletter for this time. By the time we get in the next one, it will be done.
Well, the Blacksmith Fork water won't go until the 1st of May.
Yeah.
We got time.
Okay, we do have that. So if
Yeah.
you'll make a list
Yeah.
for me, we'll put those.
I've actually got a note on my computer screen sticking out right now to not forget to do the door hanger thing, which I was asked to do for a few residents down there last year, so I'll do that as well.
Okay, great.
Thanks for all you do.
Anything else?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is Strata working on I saw them working on Gerald's lawn. Are they working on that leak?
Oh, the leak that you brought to my
Yeah.
attention yesterday, that was actually a car that went off the road too far up against that continuous year-round flow of water that goes down that ditch. And it was so saturated that the car sunk through it and the rut diverted that
Oh, I
continuous
see.
flow
Okay.
out of the ditch near the road and then ended up following the road and going across the intersection. So it was an easy, quick repair.
Yay. Okay, thanks.
Mhm.
Okay, Scarlett?
So I'm not gonna talk much about land use this go round, but I do want to tell you, I was at the Cache County Boundary Commission meeting on the protest for the vineyard annexation this afternoon. And for some reason, they failed to notify us.
An adjacent party,
I
it's for an
would've-
adjacent party, they have to notify us, right?
I would have gone if I'd known. I didn't.
Well,
Me too.
I found out at 3:30 and bless Scarlett's heart, she was able to go as I was continuing to pray prayer for council. So thank you for going.
Yeah.
Appreciate it on a
Yeah,
half hour
I totally
notice.
would have.
So-
Charlotte, this is the county allowing Providence annexation, their public. hearing.
Right,
You said
that was their public hearing. Long story, the River Heights mayor is actually one of the Boundary Commission members. And he did, declare his conflict of interest, but he said, I will not be voting, but I will be participating in the discussion. And so he did participate in the discussion. I felt a little bad that they didn't notify us and let us know that they expected us as Providence City to make a presentation. So,
I didn't know that, I'm sorry.
Can we make them have another public hearing?
no, we prevailed.
Oh,
It worked out all right,
Okay,
but
you
luckily,
prevailed.
I don't know who, I mean, they ended up, the vote was, there were 5 commissioners there. And then Mayor Thompson is, or Thompson. Mayor Thompson from River Heights, since he didn't vote, the other 4 all voted in favor of allowing Providence to annex the property. We have followed the protocols. Even they brought up the referendum, that was a point of discussion, but they felt like that what they were looking at was, did we follow the protocol? Did we do what we were supposed to? Can we provide services? And they went through their checklist, and as Ryan tells a lot of people, what Scarlett does is check off the box. And if she checks all the box, you get it, and if she doesn't, you don't. And that's pretty much what they did. They went through, checked the boxes, and we filled every box. Ty did a great job on that, but I was a little bit surprised because they really didn't have the developer talk hardly at all. Because I just figured I'd just sit there and cash while he defended his case. That was not the case.
How
So,
long did the whole agenda item take? I'm just curious.
let's see, it started at 4, and they got done at 5:35.
Oh, they take as long as they did.
Yeah, it
I
was,
don't know.
it was an interesting meeting. It was a good meeting. I did feel, I was lucky that I didn't go first. They had the protesters, they had River Heights go first, and,
Gives you time to prepare.
yes. Mr. Jenkins made some points that I was able to stand up and say, okay, let's talk about this point and this point, and it worked out okay. But I did apologize to him. I said, I'm really sorry, we did not get notice of it, and I don't have a written report prepared for you. Like the county had a written report, River Heights had a written report. We had it timed that same year.
You're off the top, that's very good.
So did they admit that they hadn't sent it one?
They didn't know. They were gonna look into why we didn't get the notice.
That's why it's not in my inbox.
I don't know. It actually should have been mailed to us too. But anyway, so that worked out. It was for, all 4. They did have a tough time with it, because of the referendum, but then the county attorney, James Lucy, that
Yeah.
is
John Lucy.
John
Lucy, sorry, John Lucy, he kept them on focus and said, here's what the state code says you are, because the Boundary Commission only can really look at, I think it's 4 different items, that they can't stray. And so they stayed the course, and they voted to allow us to continue with the annexation process. So we will get a public hearing then scheduled for the planning
Probably
commission.
May. So we'll do the annexation public hearing in May, because you guys will be in St. George in April. Vineyard's still moving forward with the request for the rezone, or for the zoning, before planning commission, which will be on April 13th, and then move forward from there.
So just a quick question. I'm trying to remember, there was a public hearing scheduled for this at planning and
There was.
zoning. Did that get pulled because this had to happen first, or is it
No.
unrelated? way
They
to,
would, when they submitted their packet for the annexation, they submitted their feasibility study, which makes sense that you would put a feasibility study in. Problem is, it was the feasibility study from 2018. So it had an illustration in there of an LCR development. Now, they also submitted an illustration of a single-family high development, but it was not as cool looking. It wasn't colored and nifty looking like the LCR development did.
Plus it had some driveways or some entrances that were potential, and people saw those and said,
oh.
Yeah.
and
And
it
so
wasn't a real
So
drawing.
that's why it was pulled,
So-
because they didn't feel like
They
the
felt like-
presentation was right.
Yeah.
They weren't as good off the cuff. as
They-
you were. Yeah.
So actually, their written word was what kind of got them, but
Right, that's all.
they should have kept it. But yeah, that's what it was. And then just really quick, I just want to thank you for the opportunity to be able to work remotely. I know that there's, you know, a lot to be said for being in the office, and I totally support being in the office, but every once in a while when you have to work remotely, I especially want to thank Ryan for his patience. But allowing people to work remotely is really a blessing at times. And so thank you for giving the flexibility to Ryan that he can then give that to the staff for us to be able to do that and
Well,
continue to serve you.
Thank you for being willing to do it remotely with all the stuff you had on your mind and the worries that you had. So it kept us going, so we could have our meetings on time. So
Yeah,
thanks to you as well.
well, you're very welcome, but it was much appreciated. So thank you very much.
Okay. Ty?
Skylar covered it.
So
Okay.
I just have one question on timing. So if the annexation public hearing is in May and the public hearing for the zone request is in April, likely the zone improvement, the annexation improvement, and the annexation public hearing will all be on the May agenda. And the
And
preliminary budget,
possibly add the budget.
We just want to pack the house.
Can we delay one of those a little bit farther on the annexation? Do you have a problem if we delay an annexation or one of those hearings?
no, I feel fine about that.
Kind of cool, we have so many people here to hear about the budget, though. Nobody ever shows up for that.
Yeah.
I have had KSL show up for a budget presentation. That's a different topic.
I'm okay to delay the annexation for the budget.
Well, we probably won't be able to delay budget, but,
Well, no, I said for the budget.
oh, okay.
For the budget.
Our water master plan is proceeding quite well. We've had some more discussions on the water model. So that's the next spot, finalizing that. So there is some work, but it's coming along. And I would tell you that our fiber at this point today, we have 171 drops and 130 of them have fiber in it. So we're making progress, and you saw the excitement of one of our ISP CEOs, and we have others that are excited and making progress. I would say he gave some information, kind of gave a response, but being able to have a committed ISP that has that stopgap has been important to us. And while I'm totally excited, if we can have a balance between them, I think we need to give a little time for the plan that we had to progress and proceed. And then if we get to that point that we look at 100 park of customers on, if we get to that point and Strata is appearing to be a monopoly, it still gives us a lot of time in order to make progress or a change to what might happen, and whatever that might be. But we've had some good conversations with the TAC committee in the past and on risk and that. But if we're going to make a change, I think that's a good opportunity for us. If we're if we really think about dropping Strata as ISP, I think we ought to go back to still look at some of that risk. And before we did that, we want to pull in at least some of those numbers. At least Guy, see his thoughts and risk. And I know that Paul Mitch is really excited. I do think we need to be conservative in it, and we don't have a proven system yet, but we will. So we need to have a little of that. So anyway, just to kind of give you my comment on that, I sense a little bit. You can see his excitement, and he does a really good job. I'm really excited to see what he's doing, and he's got a lot of energy and a lot of good things to bring, and I'm happy to have him. So,
Ryan, would you define risk? What are you talking about?
Sure. So I would say one of our risks is currently right now, Strata is the high in the market. They guaranteed that we would have an ISP that charged what Utopia charges, so we don't have a risk of having a charge that exceeds that. So if they only had if we only had one ISP on, or two, and they figured, it's not worth it, we'll pull back or we'll raise our rates. At this point, because we have a cap on Strata's guarantee of what they're going to, what they'll, maximum they'll charge, every one of our ISPs is charged that or below. But that kind of set the market and has capped that market. You remove that cap and there's a risk of something different. We have 16 on the network. We have five with one ISP. If we don't have two ISPs, there's a risk that it becomes a monopoly. At least keeping that balance there. Those are the kind of risks that I'm talking about.
So you want to keep Strata as an ISP while these others start coming on?
Yeah.
So like Beehive and
Right.
Advance,
Right.
those others while they start coming on.
Right.
And even though maybe at some point in time you're saying maybe Strata would drop out, or they would drop out
Sure.
if we get enough ISPs going on. Sorry.
Right. Agrees. If there's enough, we don't want any one of them to become the next monopoly. That's not why we built this. Right. We want to make sure competition is alive and well. Sometimes it takes a little bit more than the first few adopters to get to an open and active market, and we just need to help get there. So I think that's what I'm talking about. That makes sense.
Okay.
So, and if Strata were there, we wouldn't drop anybody we wouldn't drop anybody off, and even if Strata turned off their active marketing, they could still operate those that they had to be able to. We don't want anybody in a lurch. We don't want to upset the apple cart. We want this to work out.
So they would still service the customers they have.
They have. So
It seems like they were quite hesitant about bringing too much to the table at this point in time, Strata. They bring in they bring in your internet, that's it. They're not offering television or anything like that. And
they're not a competitive ISP. I think Mitch is worried about nothing because I don't think they're a competitive ISP. They don't have to market against anybody. They're a builder. They do provide, but they provide as a Comcast. But I think you get these that are customer service and driven. The other ISPs could outperform them, and I think Mitch can easily do that if given over time. But I think we need to be able to have our training wheels a little bit longer. So I'm not ready to throw
I was
one.
totally happy to have Mitch show up. I really was, because that's what I expected out of this fiber. And he gave satisfaction to what I was expecting.
Right.
So he gave you the customer service that you didn't get from the.
Well, it might have been a little bit of lack of knowledge on the other individual that was there representing Strata, but he was just bringing the fiber in,
Who's connecting you up?
disconnecting them up. Then we started looking at it. There was not a lot being offered, and he acknowledged there was not a lot being offered. He said he didn't even know if they're gonna bring TV into our area. Well, for me, that was important. And boy, Mitch come in and said, here's what we got, bing, bing, bing. And I said, oh, I like that. Yeah. So I'm ready to send Comcast the packet.
So
Great.
have Mitch or other ISPs, have they like moved into the area? Like is he here to
Like
start?
Beehive and
Yeah, like where,
Mitch said Beehive was close to being in. They're doing a little testing yet.
So are they active on the network?
yeah, but like actively marketing, like going to doors or sending mailers.
Mitch is actively here and knocking doors.
Okay,
And we have another one, Dave.
Dave.
Yeah, I think it might be Sumo, but I don't remember. But they sent flyers. You have a flyer from somebody else, I think Mitch said, is it?
There's Advanced Stream.
So Advanced Streams, Mitch.
That's it.
That's the only one I had.
Yeah, that's the only one.
So there is another one that has sent out flyers to those that were, already.
Yes, I did get another flyer. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, I did.
So
Great.
kind of one of the turns, anyway, Mitch reported back that he'd seen it at your place.
Yes, it was a house.
So, but there is some that are starting to invest into some of that infrastructure.
Okay.
Anyway, and then I'm open for any questions you have.
We talked about the garbage.
Oh, yes.
Sorry.
He can keep it short, because we've got 2 years.
So
So.
Logan has decided that they want to help out the garbage business for other cities except for themselves. And they've given us a 2-year notice so that they can get out of that. We're working with the other cities and the county in discussions. Some of that might be putting in a transfer station, maybe a different landfill. At this point, Logan owns the landfill, owns the transfer stations, owns all the trucks and all the cans. So they own everything, and we're looking to start from scratch, and we'll see how we can work that out. But we got 2 years to do it. I think it's a blessing. I think we'll get it. I think we'll get it cheaper than what we were getting with Logan.
Competition is good.
And I think that there's good ahead of us.
You need 2 years enough time though?
Yeah, I think we can get it done in 2 years. Sure.
Nothing like a deadline.
Yeah.
Make it happen.
And if they don't, I think Logan, at that 2 years, if they know that we're making it, I think they'll help us out for a little bit. But I don't think they will forget what they said. And I mean, they've really well set fire to that bridge and let us all know that they're not going back. I think they've backed off a little bit of flexibility on when, but I certainly believe that we can get it done in 2 years.
Sorry, I know we don't want to spend time on this. Just one quick question. Thank you, Carrie. Do they feel like Logan's growing enough population-wise that they just need to preserve landfill services for their own residents? Is that what's right? Because they certainly have quite a bit of facility here. I'm just,
50 years.
yeah. So I'm just, do we have any idea? And maybe it doesn't matter. The why doesn't matter. They told us, but I'm just curious.
But what they've told us is that they didn't want to be the giant garbage service of the whole valley. They just don't want to be. They don't want to take everybody's growth. And I look at it and say, if they're going to invest in the trucks and equipment and manage everything, so
Both
just want
the
to.
nice thing is, yeah, if it goes out to an RFP, we might end up just getting a better deal at the end of the day.
I certainly think we
And the
will.
mayors are all meeting, like I've got a meeting on Monday. So
Kathleen will get it done.
we'll bring you
We're
information.
gonna call her the garbage lady.
Wow, we so look forward to
Garbage queen,
that title.
big garbage queen.
We can always do like we did years ago, put a 50-gallon barrel out in the backyard and burn it.
Yeah, if you start burning in the ditch again.
Except it's.
I grew up with the burn barrel.
Yeah, everybody grew up with a burn barrel. Christmas Eve, it was all out, everybody was burning all of them.
It's against that.
Any other questions for me?
Okay. So, council reports, do you have anything burning that keeps us here any longer? We'll forego those unless you've got something.
Oh, I'll go.
Okay.
So I went to 2 planning and zoning meetings. I think the March 9th meeting, I had to attend remotely, but was it kind of full in here? Yeah, so that was the item that got scratched, but it was kind of fun in a way to listen to how many neighbors in that area spoke up against that. And anyway, it just was making me think about the Vineyard North phase, and it could be a similar thing times 1,000. And so I just want to make sure we're all prepared for that. Scarlett last talked about our 12 subdivisions, and currently we have 471 single-family lots available, and 238 multifamily, and 7 commercial, and that's just a whole bunch of lots that we have right now. And the North phase would said to add 100 more of I don't know what, but I just wanted to report on that. That it was,
So will that item come to us, or do they pull it permanently, that item 6 that
Pulled it, so they'd have to reapply.
withdrew?
They went through their application.
so they don't, they're,
Okay.
they don't want to upset all their neighbors. So just anyway, it got me thinking about upsetting our neighbors with what we do. So
So visionary comes
we
like
should
the
be,
13th.
we should be thinking about.
Yes,
we're
on
gonna do.
April 13th,
That's the
visionary
public hearing.
for the zone, yeah. So you'll get the recommendation when you probably do when you make it the recommendation before.
Have there been any focus groups set up? I know you talked about that, Janelle, not that I'm saying you should have done it, but has there been any action?
I think there's just been open
There-
conversations.
The mayors have been talking, so we'll see what we can get set up.
And then other than that, I'll attend a mosquito abatement meeting next week
So,
in Hyde Park. That's it.
Okay.
I've got just a quick thing. Historic Commission was canceled last month, so up with this month, so I don't have anything from that. That was kind of last minute cancellation they did. There is an interesting, I don't know if you guys saw this, there's an interesting Zoom session tomorrow that was on, I forget who was hosting it, maybe some sort of state transportation or national transportation regarding flashing signs to alert drivers of bicycles. So it essentially detects when a bicycle comes along a road and then turns on a flashing sign that says there's a bicycle around the corner. And I saw that. I can't go tomorrow. I have to go to Salt Lake for some meetings, but I saw that and thought that would be very interesting as a potential safety solution for Canyon Road, which I know we've tried to figure out, like that, those corners are really bad and we don't always be able to do sidewalks on there or something, but to have signs that actually, when someone's physically in that space.
Either a walker or a biker.
Walker or a biker. And so I wasn't exactly sure what they were going to present on, but they did essentially a prototype or a test of it. And I thought that would be it'd be a heck of a lot cheaper than putting, sidewalk in through that safe. And I do think there are safety issues on Canyon Road and a few of those other spaces where I think it's just a matter of time before we have a pedestrian accident.
You said it's tomorrow?
It's tomorrow. Yeah, I can forward you the
If you
email.
forward me the link, I can
attended
see if I have an
every one
opening,
because
but
it just looked, it was a nice technology
What
solution
time?
to something fun. I think we at noon or something. Yeah, but I'll forward it.
If you'll forward it, can you forward it to everybody?
I can, yeah. And then the other one was I just went to a clearing a date with city. I've reached out to Forest Service and a few of the wards about a Spring Canyon cleanup, and I was eyeing Tuesday, May 3rd. If you have any objections with that, let me know. think we want to try to do one in spring and one in fall. And so we're just kind of working, getting a date first, make sure it's clear with the city, and then work to get everybody on board with that. So kind of have tentative approval from the stakes. I haven't heard back from Forest Service yet. Bob Perry's not working there anymore, which is a bummer. So
Oh, he's not?
no, he's to go back to New York. So, but there's a couple other people he's gonna.
Really? Oh.
Yeah, that's what he told me in an email. Yeah. So anyway, I think those are the three that I wanted to share.
Okay. Anybody else?
I got a couple, just quickly, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Just, I did a question or an application for bands, and we've had 6 bands respond. So that's really good. And I'll send you, if you know any local bands, we just want to have a variety and allow that for everyone to apply for our summer series and for the city celebration. There's also a date conflict with the June date for the concerts in the park, and I can work with Kathleen on that. But we should probably reconsider the June concert in the park date. And there's nothing else urgent.
Okay.
And for the emergency preparedness, we're meeting tomorrow night with the stakes and getting this rolling and talking with them. So I just wanted you to know that. We have on our irrigation, on the Spring Creek irrigation, we are getting an RFP out so that we can meet the requirements of the agreement that was set by the committee. And that's moving forward. Also, we have a meeting with Nathan Dow, who is of the Water Conservancy Board, who was with this, give us the fill-in on this legislation that was passed regarding monies available. We're going to take a look at possibly see what it would take to pipe water out of the canyon, conserve water, and that sort of thing. And he's going to talk to us about that and see what we might be able to do about that. There's also a CERT training in April. Anybody who'd be interested out there that would like to become certified, we can get you those dates. It's going to happen in North Logan, and that would be something that would help with our emergency preparedness.
Great, thank you. Jen?
Most of what I've been working on is water and helping collect assessments for Blacksmith Fork Irrigation Company. Coming on the meeting in a couple weeks with Nathan. It's a water meeting today. Casey Snyder was there and he presented some stuff for a wee bit of tidbit. 335 bills were introduced on water this year. Woo! 79 of the 115 legislators submitted a water bill this year. And they've appropriated over $500 million towards water projects. Most of it's ARPA money this year.
And it's for
And 128
years.
128 bills passed on water.
Whoa!
But all
And
that,
you followed all of them.
I followed a lot of them. I won't say I followed all of them.
But a lot of that money is money
Well,
that
I'm-
is for
I think maybe just
secondary.
if there's something we can keep in mind and maybe just kind of get our wheels turning, if there's anything that we can qualify for, then we might just throw our hat into the ring and get to it if there's anything that we qualify for. I did have a resident ask me, and I don't know, Ryan, I asked you about this, wanted to know about qualifying for grant money from one of those laws that was passed about xeriscaping. That's something that we would get money from the state or we would advertise to residents that they could apply for that funding. Would they get the money through us or would they get the money through the state? That makes my question.
There are different grants that could go either way. So I'm not sure. A lot of times they give block grants or we apply and then we can do a grant. I'd have to look at the specifics on how that one went and to which entity it gets passed to administer. So
Maybe Nathan can help us with that one. We meet with him. Are you meeting on that same day?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
That's it for me. Okay. Just actively meeting with mayors to follow up on the issues with garbage and looking at RFPs, looking at questions we need to ask. As you can well imagine, there's a lot going on in that arena. I've gone to the chamber luncheon. If there's any of you that want to go with me, let me know. It's good to get to know who the leaders are, the people who are active in the chamber. So I'd love to have you come along. Glad the legislature is over and our bills are now put to bed, but we ought to be thinking about next year and what's coming up and what might be important for us to talk with our legislators about. So, and if there's anything that needs to go in the newsletter, the deadline is the last week of the month. So
I did want to say, I like those QR codes that come into the newsletter. I like that.
anybody got any other feedback about those?
I did wonder about the business section. Do we want to like give them a allotted amount of space?
Yes, it was kind of long one for the Old Rock Church,
Yeah.
but, yeah,
I'm not putting certain training in there.
okay.
I'll get
So if you
something.
get that to me.
Yep.
So anything that you want to
Yeah,
include in
and
there,
the
I think
Easter
that's
egg
good.
hunt needs to be in there.
Right, and we'll put QR codes wherever we can, so people can, who are interested in it, can
Are
specifically
those
go to those.
trackables, so we see how many people, because whenever I've sent them up, send them trackable URLs, so we know how many people use them.
Do you know what?
They can be, I don't know that
Good.
we've done that, but they certainly
Yeah.
can be.
Good
Send them
idea.
to trackable URLs, so we get some sort of measurement.
Great idea.
So we'd want some things by the end of next week, so that we could have a process to get it put together. So it takes us about a week to put it together, so.
Sorry, I had one more question about the newsletter. We've talked in council meeting about having a survey to get more feedback on the referendum and ask, more pointed questions. So
We started and we didn't
are-
follow up on it.
Is that
so we
something
could-
that we can help with, or
We probably better do that.
actively being
sooner than later.
done?
Ryan, do I need to review something of yours still?
I'm waiting on Josh, but I don't mean to throw anybody under the bus.
It's so nice having to put myself on the spot. Look at Ryan, Ryan's like, I'm not gonna
Throw
you
you under the bus.
He wasn't gonna
Just
do it.
waiting on
He
something.
wasn't gonna
from
do it.
someone.
He
I'm
wasn't
seeing-
gonna do it.
I'm trying, I want to, I haven't lost it, but I want buy-in from everybody or enough, so.
Thank you all. I'm sorry that the meeting went so long, but I will entertain a motion to
I'll make a motion that we close the meeting.
I'll second it.
second. All in favor?
Aye.